Hey everybody. EMM, we'll probably not be able to watch the stream, but can you take a look at the doc if there's time? Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan. Hey, Matt. Hey, Edward. Good to see you guys. Ross. Hey. Okay. So what is the plan today? I've got on my list. I want to look at legendary monsters. I've got a handful more. Bit of an echo. Let's check on that. Is there? Is there still an echo? You guys let me know. I've got legendary monsters, a few more to revise. I want to look at some of the edit feedback for the GM guide. A couple of spells, particularly Electrolash, one of the new ones, could use a second or third pass. And then some spell formatting stuff. Might be your computer. Sounds okay? All right. You guys let me know if me having my fan on is too loud. Is that too loud? Is that okay? Okay, so that's what I've got on the list. If you guys have any questions or anything else you want to go over, we definitely can. So what have you been up to the past day or so? Can't hear, friend? Perfect. It was your computer. All right. Hey, Tix. Hey, Nick. So what I'm working on, I did get the final, actually, let me pull it up. I did get the final map back, and I think I'm going to do a little bit of drawing on that. So let's show. So this is the final map, or the final version from the artist. So I really like it. Kyle Cox gave it a second pass. Hey, Kazigulus. Good to see you. So I really like how a lot of the art from the book actually made it into the map, like cool little things all around. Like the art of Farhope is actually actually uses like the art that Earl drew. So it used a lot of the things that are in the book. So I really like that. Yeah, so map's looking much better. I might take it and tweak it just a bit, just add a little bit more detail here and there, change things a little bit. But overall, really happy with how the map has turned out. So I did get that back. I'm waiting on one more piece of art. I went ahead and did a little bit of reformatting. Added a maps to all of the adventures, so even the ones where I didn't think it'd fit, I was able to make it fit without going under the 9-point font size. That is sort of the recommended font size. So we're able to do that. I'm pretty happy about that. And for some of them, there's not really a map necessarily. So some of them have more of a like a point crawl type of thing. So for the Hag's Legacy and the Beyond the Crimson Veil, we just sort of have that. And I took my cues for those from, man, I can never find the ones that I'm looking for. From a really cool one that, oh, here it is. Maps look cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this is from JP Couvert. He has, where is it? I think it's this one. Yeah. So this is a really cool way to do to do maps. So it's like the shape of the room and size of the room, like that kind of thing, doesn't really matter. Or if there's like more complicated interconnections, it's sort of just like a silhouette outline, that kind of thing. I like this. We didn't have as much space for like a cool silhouette and that kind of thing, and it wouldn't really make sense since it's like a large area. But mostly we did similar maps similar to this. Like isometric maps, because I really have kind of fell in love with those. So I've been working on those the past few days. I've been doing some reading on mothership modules and others. I've got this one from Bodhi H. I got a whole stack of cool things from this guy. So really cool. I like how there's like this little I don't know, I guess it's like a belly band or something like that. I don't know what it's called. And it came with like a cool little, his little logo, this silly little Silly little goblin. So I love that kind of stuff. So I'm always looking at those kinds of things. So I've been doing a lot of layout stuff, tweaking things. But let's go. Let's go and get started. Let's go and get started. Sam Dark, hey. So let's. I think we left off with Florindris. So I already did do a first pass of each legendary monster only does one thing. It only makes one attack, or it basically does one thing on each of its turns. Some of the legendary monsters had like multiple actions, like they would like attack twice or something, and that was just too much. It was they were doing too many things, so we took the same balance, the same numbers, and we tweaked it just a little bit. Actually, before we do that, let's go and take a look at the spell, like while we're fresh. So there were some thoughts about Electrolash, basically, I think always being like a better arc lightning. I think that was the feedback, if I'm not mistaken. If anybody has, where is it? Electrolash. If anybody can remember, there it is. So one of the guys on these servers says, make Arc Lightning look bad. The two spells cost 2 actions. Both can hit 2 enemies about the same distance away. Okay, let's just double check. Arc Lightning, range 12, Electro... Okay, yeah, 12 spaces away. The differences are Arc Lightning has slightly more damage across all 9 tiers. As it should, yes. But can damage the caster, where Electrolash has bonuses and is always safe to cast. Okay, let's see. Choose a space within reach. Creatures in a line between you and the chosen space take 3d8 plus 4 damage. So it costs two additional mana. So 3d8 plus 4. Okay, so this is guaranteed to hit two targets. This you have to be, so it's much more difficult to position Electrolash. So I'm just sort of thinking out loud. That'll help with the speed issues we're having in playtesting. Yeah, cool. Oh, and I want to look at Twin Steel's feedback, recent playtesting feedback. Choose space within reach. Creatures in a line between you and the chosen space take 3d8 plus 4 damage. So this cost 3 mana, and this would cost 2 mana to deal the same amount of damage. Surviving creatures are dazed on a failed strength save, or incapacitated instead for 1 turn if they fail by 5 or more. So Arc Lightning guarantees you 2 targets for less mana. An Electrolash is much more difficult to line up. So Electrolash needs more setup to get like more than 1 or 2 creatures in a line. You can get 2 creatures, 2 enemies in a line. Getting more than that is hard. Getting more than that is hard. So I think I'm okay with it. Let's see if there's anything else. The reason why Arc Lightning did not suffer a comparison, old spells, Storm Stride and Chain Lightning, was because they costed 3 actions instead of 2. And the reason, so yes, that is true. So this spell across its different changes used to cost 3 actions, but now because it is a line instead of, hey Maya, good to see you. So now, so like if this is the spellcaster here, right, and then we got some baddies, it is much more difficult to line up a bunch of baddies in a line. So even if they are lined up, the chances of you also being aligned with them is very, very low. So it essentially still costs 3 actions for you to move and get all of the people in a line. So we do have to take it in context, not just sort of divorced from the actual tactical play. So the other versions, you could like reposition yourself, that was included, or it would automatically hit, you know, a certain number of people more easily. So if you do get either via teamwork or just, you know, dumb luck, if you do get like 2 or 3 or 4 bad guys in a line, the chances of you being in that line are like basically none, right? It's pretty slim, maybe 5 or 10% of the time. So it still essentially does cost 3 actions in order to get all the guys. So I think I'm okay with it, but let's go and finish up reading the feedback just so we can make sure. My idea, Electrolash can hit more than 2 targets, but it's very, very difficult. If you can do that, it's likely going to be because you had some cool teamwork happen. Whereas Arc Lightning can do it without any setup. It's guaranteed to hit 2 targets. One of them might be your ally, but you know. My idea, instead of adjusting numbers on damage reactions, okay, is just swap the lightning flavor effects. Arc Lightning would give its fail to find ground mechanic to Electrolash. Oh, interesting. While Electrolash gives its bonus to metal wielding targets to Arc Lightning. With Arc Lightning, the bonus. Okay. All right, so. So Electrolash having the Electrolash damages you, while Arc Lightning It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Surviving creatures. So Arc Lightning does a substantial amount of damage for its cost. So let me pull up the big balance sheet. So this is the big balance sheet. And here we have. So basically, the assumption is you only cast it when you know you're not going to hit an ally, right? So the drawback of like maybe hitting an ally is like it's not really a drawback. The drawback is like you have a roughly 5 or 10% chance to hit yourself, and then there's ways you can goose that as well. So really it's just something that it's a build around type of thing. So like if anybody's ever played Magic, Magic the Gathering, there's like certain cards that like have quote unquote drawbacks, but you can build around them to mitigate the drawbacks or even turn the drawbacks into like bonuses and that kind of thing. So let's go ahead and add a column after. So Arc Lightning. Arc. I'm pretty sure I have it already, but I don't know where it is. So, MTG mentioned. Yeah. And one thing, if you guys are into game design, it's really cool just to take like anything like some character from a video game. I want to make that as a class. Some card from Magic or some board game mechanic. Like how can I make that into like a TTRPG type of thing? Like having those sort of constraints and flavor direction is really interesting to use for a lot of these things. Okay, so Arc Lightning. It is a tier 1, so it does nothing at level 1, but at level 2, its damage equals 3d8 and 3d8. It's going to deal 3d8 times 2, because it's going to be hitting 2 creatures. And let's tell this to preserve row. Okay. And let's copy this. And then this one is going to be equal to this plus 4. So that should allow us to get the correct amount. Okay, so this is Arc Lightning. Let's go ahead and edit the data references. Add Arc Lightning here. Bam. Okay, so Arc Lightning is the gray one. And actually, I need to tweak this So it's actually going to be +8. It's going to be +8 because we're doubling. The +4 is doubled as well. You guys got to keep me honest. Hey, Igor. Hey, guys. Sorry for not being able to finish the review. No, that's okay. That's okay. I appreciate it. Igor's been helping review some of the GM guide. Okay, so yeah, Arc Lightning is second only to Ignite. So Ignite deals slightly more, like very slightly more single target damage. So it flips at low levels and high levels, but Ignite is like the best single target damaging spell, you know, without any like serious drawback. You have to like sort of set it up. And Arc Lightning is like it is at the top of the like basically just barely shy of that. So this gray line here is for Arc Lightning. So it's dealing a ton of damage, right? So I don't think Arc Lightning needs any buff. Like it needs this on a miss. The lightning fails to find ground and strikes you. And so it needs something like that to prevent people from just like, I'm going to cast this all the time. Like sometimes you want to cast Arc Lightning, sometimes you want to cast, you know, your ice spells, your fire spells. Like if you can set it up, this is the best spell to cast. If you can set up something else, then that other spell might be the best spell to cast, right? So I want you thinking about spells, I want you to think about what you're doing rather than just, you know, blindly doing, you know, mashing the same button all the time. So Arc Lightning and Electrolash, they both need to be set up, but they're both set up in different ways. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay how it is. Electrolash costs more mana, and it needs to be set up positionally to get the best use out of it. You know, it's gonna be, you can get one creature automatically. It's not super efficient with just one creature. You can get two. It starts to get very efficient with two creatures. It's not quite as good damage-wise with two creatures as Arc Lightning, but once you get three creatures in, now you're cooking. Now you're really cooking. But that's very hard to do. It's very hard to do, and it's going to take you your whole turn because you're going to have to move in order to get in line. So I think I'm okay with that. I just want to give this a second look. Arc Lightning would give its fail to find ground mechanic to Electrolash. So I think Trex. So I wonder if this was borne out in playtesting or just like sort of reading and thinking about it. So if in actual playtesting, I think this comment would sort of, you know, be ameliorated. It would go away because Electrolash does basically require a whole turn to really effectively use. With Arc Lightning, the bonus would become ignores metal armor. I think that would make it way too good. I think it would make it way too good. Okay. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and I think we can scratch that off our list. Let's look at some of the legendary monsters now. I'm feeling a little bit legendary. So let's go and do that. Let's take a look at those. InDesign, GM guide. Okay, so I want the goal for each of these legendary monsters is for it to be like obvious how to run it. I don't know why this keeps showing up. I want it to be obvious how to run it as the GM. I want it to be, this is the best thing to use if I can use it. If not, I'm going to use this other thing, right? So General Flameheart, after each of his turn, choose one. So he has Cinder Armor, immune to fire, when damaged, deal 5 damage to all adjacent creatures. So he wants creatures adjacent to him. He wants, excuse me, he wants creatures near him. Inferno Cleave, because if creatures are near him, he can Inferno Cleave and he can just smack a bunch of creatures. He can smack a whole bunch of creatures. Molten Fury, 2d10 plus 10. So the damage he does is equal. So he doesn't really care if he does this or this, which is cool. So rather than having a low damage spell and a high damage spell, he can pick either equally. Cold Radiant crits, extinguish all areas ignited by Molten Fury and suppress Sin Armor for 1 turn. Okay, that's cool. Lava Molten Fireball for furthest hero not already in flames. Creatures there take 2d10 plus 10 damage. And another 10 damage at the end of each of their turns if they remain in the area. There you go. So it basically acts as a daze. Like you can either take damage, you can be dazed. Basically, you're going to use a movement to get at it. So he's going to be like lighting a bunch of areas on fire, bringing the party closer and closer and closer. Is sort of the idea. Bloodied on his next turn, he uses Molten Fury a number of times equal to half the number of heroes. So he's going to light, fire, fire, fire. So at the furthest heroes. I've actually run General Flameheart Rebalance level 6, which worked really well. Awesome. That's very cool. Yeah. So that is something that that you could certainly do. So I would like back this down to 4, and then just use the just tweak the numbers according to the art. So I think this is okay. Last stand, Flameheart is dying, 80 more damage, and he dies. Until then, the area of his attacks increases to a 3x3 square. Yeah, that makes sense. But I think we do want to grab. The little multiplication symbol instead of the X. Uh-oh. What's going on? I hope I didn't break anything. Okay. There we go. Gotta paste his plain text. There we go. Okay. So I'm happy with that. Move 8. Yeah. I like how it turned out. Let's go. Actually, I do want to double check to make sure that the numbers are good. The numbers must be good. Can close some of these. And I did get Rune also, by the way, which looks pretty cool. Maybe it changes. We'll close that. So here it is. So we just want to do a quick sanity check. He is a level 8 boy. He has heavy armor, so 175. Last stand 80. Save DC. He doesn't have any save DCs. Attack damage, so it's going to be 45 divided by 2, like 22 damage. 10, 20. Yeah. So he's dealing like 20 damage. So slightly below average damage, but in an area. So yeah, that everything is perfect. Vael, Undying. Bane, Spirit Companion. 1d12 plus 6, Necrotic. Siege, Shepherd's Life-Binding Spirit. So this is sort of like how to run a legendary monster as if it were a hero. So this is sort of how to do that. So he's a level 9 guy, and he's unarmored. So he has 250. So he's unarmored, but I went ahead and gave him the hit points for a medium armored creature because he has other ways to avoid damage a little bit later. So he has Bane. His Protect Master, whenever Vael would fail a save or take 20 or more damage, he may sacrifice Bane instead. He spends his next turn moving up to 6 spaces and summoning Bane. Okay, that's cool. Actions after each hero's turn, Bane attacks and Vael chooses one. So this one does have 2 attacks, which I don't like. Hmm. Hmm. I don't love that. Let's keep reading. Doom. Range 12, undamaged target. 5d12 damage. DC 14 will save. Let's reorganize that just a little bit. DC 14 will save. Or... there you go. Range 12, undamaged target, DC 14 will save, or 5d12 damage. That reads more clearly. Half on save. Vael Walker's Rebuke. So he wants to do this the most. This is going to deal most damage, but it's only against an undamaged target. So if you have a healer, you got to be careful. So like each of these creatures really feels different to fight. Like normally you want to be at max hit points, but if you are against this guy, then you know he's a shepherd of death. Like he's going to start cooking you. And it's something cool that you can sort of abuse as well. You can like assess or do research on him and you know sort of learn this. Vael Walker's Rebuke, range 8, damage 2d12 plus 6. Twice as much damage against those behind cover. Ooh, interesting. That's cool. Once per round, you may swap places with them. Ooh, that's even spicier. So he should have some way to move. Okay, so this is the one that moves. Okay, so I want to do this one. Most of all, it deals the most damage, but it has a condition. If nobody's next to me, then I'm going to do this range attack, and I can sort of reposition. If someone is next to me, then I can 1d4 plus 2 damage, and on hit, the target's dazed, and then I can move up to 6. I can sort of move away. That's kind of cool. I feel like this is like such little damage that he may not want to do that very often. Let's think about that. Let's think about that. Dazed and frightened. There you go. That makes that a little bit more spooky. DC, and let's go and look up what the save DC is. Save DC is 14. There we go. Frightened really doesn't get enough play. I think it's a pretty cool, condition though. So it's more of a debuff, low damage, but debuff type of thing. I like that. Then move up to 6. Cool. Bloodied at 125 hit points, Vael gains the reaction Shield of Cruelty, one-time use. If Vael would be damaged, instead he may reflect that much radiant damage back at the attacker. So it's a one-time thing. If someone really does like a big haymaker at him, he can blast him pretty good. So that's one that you want to know about. And Edward, I really like that design philosophy of them. Thank you. I already read those 2 comments. I still appreciate it. Last stand at death, an old friend. Vael is dying at 90 more damage, and he dies. Until then, he gains heavy armor. The hero that most recently damaged him is reduced to 0 hit points, and Bane is sacrificed into a vengeful spirit. It deals 1d12 plus 6 necrotic damage to creatures within reach 3 at the end of each of his turns. Ooh, that's spicy. Have you developed an overall format for attacks? They sometimes vary from monster to monster. So the The legendary monster chart is sort of like the guardrails. This is like it should be like within these limits. But if there is danger in making it overly formulaic, so it's not like one step one, step two, step three type of thing. You can just like you have a really cool flavorful legendary monster. You can have, if you follow the steps, you'll have a balanced legendary monster. It may not be very fun though, right? So that the game design, like you do have to put some amount of game design into it, right? So, but if you have a cool idea and you just want to make sure the numbers are correct, then like you can definitely use this. But no table can like do game design for you, right? Like you can certainly use a table to make sure it's balanced, so that if your idea is fun, then the numbers will work out. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, yeah, I'm liking how this one is. That one feels fine. Chin, and let me put the artist's name on this one. I need to pull up his name real quick. I think it's Chen Guishan or something like that. Chen, Chen Guixin. Okay, I just wanted to grab that real quick because I don't want to leave anybody's name off of it if I can help it, and I can help it. I can. Let's put it over here. That's the kind of thing that I'll definitely forget if I'm not careful. Qingguishu. I'm pretty sure this one is by the same artist. Pretty sure. Let's just double check. Yep. Cool. Okay. Do these have? Ooh, I forgot who did this one. Forgot who did that one. Those are Earl. I forgot Kaek. I think. All right. I'll have to go through. Let me add that to my list. Artist names on monsters. I mean, the formatting in terms of wording, sometimes mechanically similar texts are written differently. It should be fairly consistent. Basically, like the information that you need is presented first. So range 12. Okay, who can I target? Range 12, undamaged target. So I know who I can and can't. I know what I need to tell them first. Make a will save, DC 14. And then what happens? 5d12 damage. What if they save? Half of that. So no matter what, I'm rolling 5d12. And they might take all of it. They may take half of it. So it's basically like you have it in order that you need it. Other than that, if you see anything that like strays from that, like, oh, this is in the wrong order, let me know. That is not intentional. But with any large document or software or anything like that, there's going to be the idea is to minimize the wonkiness. I don't know if you can completely eliminate it. If even Apple and Microsoft can release things with bugs, I won't feel too bad. Although that is the goal is to avoid that. Titan the Deep Woods. Let's double check his numbers. Heavy armor, 240 hit points. Okay, so he has 240 hit points, so midway between heavy and medium. That's interesting. So there's probably some reason why. So it's been a while since I've looked at this, so let's see. Splintering Legions. Bludgeoning damage or crits cause his bones to splinter off and animate, forming a D10 minion. That's cool. And he's resistant to piercing, vulnerable to bludgeoning. Okay, so that's probably why we gave him just a little bit more a little bit more hit points, because he takes double damage from bludgeoning. It also makes a minion, which makes it's a trade off, right? After each of his turn, choose one. Crushing Stomp. Move up to 10 spaces. Deal 1d4 plus 20 damage to up to 2 targets along the path. On hit, prone. Okay, so like, what do I do first? Move up 10 spaces. What happens after that? I deal this much damage. How many people? These two. On hit, prone. All right. So like, it is a D4 because he has like this big, huge thing, and he's just like walking around. It's easy, easy to like dive out of the way and avoid. So it's a 1d4, right? So he has a 25% chance of missing, but if he does, he squishes you good, and you take 22 damage or 24 damage or whatever. So there's not much difference between being critically hit by a crushing stomp and just being generally hit by a crushing stomp. It's going to be like 20 something damage. Devastating Strike, reach 4, 1d4 plus 30 damage. So this is the damage against 2 targets. This is damage against 1 target. So 1d4 plus 30. Let's just double check that. He's level 10. So between 17 and 34 damage. So 1d4 plus 20 is on average going to do 10. It's going to deal 12 damage. So Crushing Stomp will on average deal like 22 damage. 22. Well, it's going to be 22 damage times like 0.75, because you're going to miss 25% of the time. So that's fine. And then like on hit, knocked prone, like a minor debuff is okay. Devastating Strike, so a single target thing, so basically 32 damage. Okay, a little bit less than this, but you get a knockback, and if you knock back into something else, then it can deal a little bit more damage. So it's slightly less than rate here, but the knockback damage may add some additional spice. Beckoning Doom. The 2 furthest heroes make a DC 16 Strength save or are moved adjacent to the Titan. So that's cool. So like, this is just a big Titan. He runs around and he smacks dudes. And if everybody's trying to be ranged too much, then like the 2 furthest ones away, they get pulled close. So yeah, pretty cool. And we should probably reorder these. So the biggest attack is going to be this one, and if not, I can Crushing Stomp. And if not that, if there's not 2 dudes like within 10 spaces, then I'm going to Beckoning Doom. I'm going to pull them next to me, so that next turn I can smack them around, smack them, knock them back, and then run over them. Last Stand, Shattered Legions at 0 hit points. So this guy actually works a little bit differently. He doesn't have a bloodied condition, but like as he takes damage, then like he's sort of he's summoning these minions. At 0 hit points, Titan collapses into 4 skeletal minions per hero. If any remain, they reassemble into the Titan the next evening. Okay, so that's pretty cool. He collapses into a big pile of skeleton minions, rather than like, so it's just completely different fight at that point. And 4 minions per hero should be like a easy to medium challenge, depending on depending on when they're summoned and what happens when they summon. Cool. Rhythmic Zurzik. I think I'm gonna change his name. Because I don't like it. Let's get out the Tome of Adventure Design. I think this one has some cool names in it. Let's see. Sometimes the damage is written in bold and sometimes not. Okay, yeah. So I was bolding the damage and saves and stuff, but I'm sort of moving away from that. I don't know. I'll think about that. Name change. Yeah, so I like fantasy sounding names, but I want them to be easy to pronounce. Like the name Elspeth. Like that is clearly a fantasy name. Like I've never met anybody named Elspeth. It's not like Jason, you know, or Amanda. So like if you have an Amanda in your fantasy setting, like it's gonna be a little bit weird, out of place. But if you have like an Elspeth, like you see it and it's clearly like fantasy name, but it's easy to spell. It's like you don't have to say like, oh, how do you spell that? Elspeth, Elspeth. So I really like names that sound fantasy but are like easy to remember, like one syllable, maybe two. But like feel fantasy, but they're not like just some conglomerations of letters. So let's share. Let's go down. Let's go down to the desk. Okay, so let's see. I hope there's names in here. Villainous reputations, beasts, draconic, monsters, names. If anybody knows if there's any names in here, let me know. Okay, I think there's like traps and things. Naming. Oh, there it is. Naming an area. Names. Naming an area or level. That might be good. Does Evan know that Elsbeth is the name of the main character on a hit CBS show? He said, I don't. I can't tell you the last time I've even seen the channel CBS. Yeah, it might be a decade or more. And it's Elspeth, not Elsbeth. Yeah, so completely different name. But like, yeah, whoever, are you open to say, yeah, Kazigulus, if you have a name, yeah, feel free, shoot it out. Kazigulus isn't a bad name. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I don't. Generally, when someone says, "Oh, have you heard of this?" I'm like, "Nope, never heard of that." if whenever Taryn is or other people join, they'll reference things, and I will have never heard of them. Once you have kids, well, like if you're married, if you have kids, if you have a job or 2 or 3 jobs, like you don't have time to hear about things. Tricks, traps, basic traps, magic spells, potions, mechanical things. Adventures, castles, cities. Surprised there's not like a names thing, unless I'm just missing it. Dramythic. That's kind of cool. Elspeth, yeah. All right, so let's look at, there were some names here, I think. Where was it? Here. Naming an area or level. 247. The boiling lake. Ooh, the poisonous fountain. Ah, those are some cool things. You know what has some good tables? I think Knave has some good tables. Knave 2nd edition. Look at that. I like the spot UV. All right. I think there's some pretty sweet names and things in here. Monsters. Is there not? I thought there was like a first syllable, second syllable. Ooh, I've never seen the Knave character sheet. Ooh, it's got 6 stats. AC, AP. Ooh. How do you even play Knave? Strength, Dex, Constitution, Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma. Interesting. And then, ooh, I like having portrait. Max hit points. Ooh, I like this. I really like this. You sort of mark how many hit points you have. Voldrigax. That's kind of cool. Gax is sort of like a humorous name, so I don't like that. But like Voldriax or like something like that is cool. Like certain letters are just known to be like sort of silly or like funny, more funny sounding letters and things. Animals, powers, monster traits, monsters, assets, mannerisms, personalities. Surname, here we go. Surname. Okay, that's cool. Voldris. All right, I'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. I don't want to spend all day thinking of a one name for this guy. Okay, so he's a level 11 solo medium brain eating aberration. And let's double check. Aberration. Okay, it's one of those words. It feels like it should have like two B's, but Volderic. I think 5e DMG has some good name tables too. Just when I think I've escaped, they pull me back in. All right, so let's see. I assume it would be in the back. Ooh. Dungeon Master Inspiration. Okay. Some cool maps. This is a map from one of my favorite adventures, Smiley Bob. This thing here. I feel like this dungeon is like way too like I don't even know how I would play this dungeon. Like I'd either have to have it like in person. Like I know look for the names. Okay, thanks. So maybe you guys have some feedback, but like if I'm playing a VTT, like okay, like I just sort of reveal different sections at a time, like whatever. And I assume like I would start here. But like barring that, I basically never I never do this. Like how would I describe this? So maybe I have like this whole dungeon. I spend like this would probably take an hour or two to draw on like a dry erase or wet erase mat. And like I'd probably run out of space. Like this would just be too big for my table. Okay, so that's 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. So it's like a 3 foot by 4 foot map. If each of these is an inch. So I know this is just like I don't even know. I don't even know how I would play this or how I would make it interesting. It's just like a bunch of it's just like a like all right, you guys come down here and then there's a tunnel in front of you and a tunnel to the left and a tunnel to the right. All right, we'll go straight. We'll go in the middle one. All right, it sort of like angles off to the right, and then it comes to another thing, and then there's another hallway to the left and to the right, and there's a bunch of hallways, and like I don't know. Maybe this would be like this is more of like an old school type of thing, and I just don't know how the play patterns work there, but I'm not sure. Oh, that is a good piece of art right there. That is a nice piece of art. Nick, hey Nick. Labyrinth-like dungeons are very difficult to explain. I like to give players the marker and let them draw as they go. Xanathars? Okay. Then show them the real map. Yeah. So that's kind of cool, Nick. Like I've never done that. But like that does sound pretty cool. Ooh, what did I have mark in Xanathars? Oh yeah. Monster so like the trying to like balance an encounter with the CR system. Never really worked. And then what's this? Downtime activities. That's cool. I assume it's in the back. Page 175. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it, man. 175. Non-human names. Ooh, okay. So probably not Dragonborn. Dragonborn, Dwarf, Elf, Gnome, Halfling, Half-Orc, human names, Tiefling. There's a Tiefling named Debauchery. What a name. Egyptian, French, English. What about aberration names? Japanese, Mesoamerican, Norse, Slavic. Could just name him Alfonso. um, hmm. So I want to look at the English names. Yeah. Herleva, Ida. I don't know. Maybe some of the orc names would work. Brack, Brug, Gagak, Dinch. Dinch sounds like stench. Grubash, Grumbar. Or maybe some of the tiefling names. I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to cook on that a little bit. I want you guys to wait while I sort through tables. Yeah, so I'd be real interested to see how someone would run like those big labyrinthian dungeons. I think since we're already on a sidetrack, I think I've heard that Kelsey does pretty good with some of her dungeons, and they're sort of like very, sorry for that noise, very like dungeon delvey heavy stuff. These are the characters. I don't know. Does a cursed zine have does cursed zine have anything in it? Okay, so things I'm looking at, font size in general. I get that Kelsey laid this out for like accessibility and stuff, and that's super cool. Ooh, that's cool art. That's cool art. I feel like this is just too big. Like this font size is like small but readable. Just because font sizes are very much on my mind right now. Okay. Just rediscovered that Gax is a Ben 10 villain, and it's basically the same kind of creature as Larry Monster. That's funny. So is there's like a map or something in here? Oh, here's one. Okay, yeah. So like this is clearly like that. Like this is clearly a dungeon delving map. But yeah, like there's something in each of the spots. Okay, so in, out. All right, cool. So you come in, there's a big chamber, things in front, and then like a couple of things off to the side. Like each place you go, like there's a thing to do, So that's cool. You can go in here and go this way, and you can sort of circle around and loop back. Secret thing, I guess. Yeah, so you can sort of like. So this is hard to follow, but I think. Okay, so this is probably like a river. Sea caves. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so sting. I love sting bats. I think that's a really cool name. Yeah, so this is really cool. Like clearly a huge dungeon, but not particularly confusing. Like I could follow this and like I could run this. I wouldn't want to draw this. I definitely wouldn't want to draw this. But I think this would be, if I'm not mistaken, this would be like a one shot. Anybody? Just look at some maps. If anybody has ever played Shadow Dark, would this sort of be like a one shot type of thing? Or I've seen some of this art on some of this is stock art, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen some of this before. I'm just flipping through. So would this entire dungeon be a one shot? I don't know. New gear, boats. That's cool. All right, let's get back to let's get back to doing what we're doing. Let's look at the Psionic Despot. Voldemort. I don't know. It's better than what it was, but we'll just, you know, I'll come back to it. Mind Shield. Oh, and I do like how his name was like Rithsmagrax, so I just said Rith. Whenever he would fail a save or take more than 30 damage while he has a creature dominated, you could do it as a one shot, but it would be pretty long. Okay, good to know, Nick. So like that whole dungeon is like, would you go and do a portion of it and then leave and then like come back and finish another portion of it, that kind of thing? Or would you just be in that dungeon for like 2 sessions? I'm not as familiar with the play patterns of that. Okay, so let's capitalize the D in dominated. He may avoid the attack instead. But all dominated creatures come to their senses. That's cool. Mind Shield. After each hero's turn, choose one. Dominate. So this guy is more complicated to run. So his is very much do this. You know, if no creatures are dominated, half of the heroes rounded down must make a DC 15 will save or are dominated. Ends when they are damaged. Ooh, that's cool. Dominated attacks and saves are made with disadvantage while dominated. Rithusmarak or Voldemar or whatever his name ends up being, you spend their first action on each of their turns, making a weapon attack or casting a cantrip. Okay, so like it's sort of like poisoned and dazed, but the daze isn't just like you just lose the action. I get to spend it. Voldrelocks. Locks makes me think of hair. Like Maw is better, because like, you know, he's got like, you know, the bitey bites. You know, I don't know. I'll come back to that. Okay, so dominate. He wants to have people dominated so he can use them as mind shields, and he can sort of like attack them. He can sort of use them to attack the buds. Consume. Grapple an adjacent dominated creature. Okay. A contested strength or dex save. Okay, so we have to update this. There's no more wit. This is going to be will, int. Okay, so let's tweak this. It's going to be int and will plus plus and then dex plus. So he's not strong, but he's very smart and fast. There we go. Goldilocks? Yeah. Not poop. Yeah. Grapple an adjacent dominated creature. So whomever he's grappling. Okay, so let's go to the desk. So let's say it's you know, it's this guy. He's grappling this guy. And let's just say this is the dude. So he's adjacent because like it's barbarian, whatever. So the barbarian is normally going to make his strength saves with advantage, right? So he'll normally make his strength saves with advantage, and then he's going to add something to it. He's going to add like, you know, plus whatever to it. And then Voldrum, our Psionic Despot, this guy, he's going to make his dex saves with advantage. So he'll roll 2 dice and add nothing to it, and this guy will roll 2 dice and add something to it. So chances are he's going to fail. But if he's dominated, instead of rolling with advantage, he's just going to make a straight roll. Okay, so now he's got probably a roughly 50, 60% chance to succeed on that. Yeah. So he sort of sets this condition up, and if you're ever dominated and next to him, he's going to try to eat you, right? So consume isn't like oh, you do this and he's dead. Let's actually go to how is it in, what are they called? Mind Flayer. Mind Flay. Awesome name. What is HF? Hero Species Mind. Mind Flayer. Okay, so what do they do again? Extract brain, +7, 1 incapacitated humanoid, grappled by the Mind Flayer, hit. The target takes 55 10d10 piercing damage. If this damage reduces the target to 0 hit points, the Mind Flayer kills the target, extracts his brain. Yeah. So that's yeah. It's yeah. I don't know. I don't like that. Voldemort reminds me of Voldemort. Yeah. Yeah. We'll work on it. We're getting there. Voldemort. I don't know. We're thinking about it. Okay, so it's going to deal a truckload of damage, but the sort of unique spin on this that is different is this cannot be defended or interposed against because, one, you're grappled and dominated. So if he can set up and adjacent, you're adjacent, grappled, and dominated. So if you can set this up, then yeah, this is unpreventable damage, which is pretty cool. Control, teleport up to 8 spaces, then spend 1 action of a creature, to make a weapon attack or cast a cantrip on a failed DC 15 int save. Are there int saves? It's a will save now, isn't it? It's a will save, I believe. Has the meaning of the pluses next to the saves or monsters been cleared up? It has. Yeah, so it's oh no, it's an int save. So it should probably be a will save instead, though. Yeah, so Maia, it is right here. Saves. Like heroes, legendary monsters have advantaged plus or disadvantaged minus saves. For example, this, for example, I want to put it. Okay, so for example, this means that this monster would roll strength saves with advantage 2 and will saves with disadvantage. Yeah, so that has been added. I just have to figure out how to get it. Yeah, I have to figure out how to get it. For example, there we go. We got it. Okay, so for example, strength plus and will minus. Okay, and I did also add a little note down here in the glossary, advantage X and disadvantage X. So instead of like however many stacks of disadvantage, however many stacks of advantage, it's just advantage X, disadvantage X. So roll X additional dice, drop the X lowest. So made it just a little bit more easy to figure out. Reach, the area. So I spent like all day drawing. Thank you, Paul. Dungeons of one shot. You can spool the rest of the zines full campaign. Nice, very cool. Appreciate it. So I spent like all day, one of these days this past week, um, drawing cones and lines and areas and reach and like figuring out different ways to do this. And I thought like, this is just too much. Like this is too much. I don't love it. And I even like define like technical note on how areas are exactly calculated if you want to. But it's really not in the spirit of Nimble. So right now what we have is the area within X spaces around the character forming your choice of a cube or sphere. So if you want to count diagonals, but whichever way you pick, the monsters get to do it as well. The dungeon is a funnel / meat grinder. Oh, cool. So if you have reach 2 and you attack 2 squares diagonally, great. If you sort of round the corners like it's a circle instead, that's fine also. But whichever way you pick, the monsters do it the same way. You feed a ton of level 0 characters into it and see who survives. I'd love to do something like that. That sounds like a ton of fun. Not like as a player, not as one of the characters. So reach cone starts at the character and extends X spaces outward, becoming up to X spaces wide at the furthest edge. Furthest? I think that's correct. Line, a straight line extending up to X spaces in one direction. So cone 4 goes out 4 spaces, and then it can be up to 4 spaces wide at the end. So what that means, it works. How does that definition work with reach weapons? Just if you have reach 2, you can reach one target up to, 2 spaces away. So a lot of those things were clarified. Let's go back to the GM guide. So Maia, yes, thanks for the question. GM guide. Pull that over here. Let's keep cooking on rhythmics. Control. Teleport up to 8 spaces, then spend 1 action of a creature to make a weapon attack or cast a cantrip on a failed DC will. Okay, so we need a range on a save. They attack with disadvantage. Okay. So no matter what happens, you make them spend an action. But if they succeed, then they just make the attack with disadvantage. Furthest sounds like an angel. Yeah. Teleport up to 8 spaces. Teleport up to 8. So we're sort of streamlining some of this. Force enemy with an 8. Then reach 8. Reach 8. Force an enemy within reach. Force an enemy to spend an 1 action to make a weapon attack. One action to make a weapon attack or cast a cantrip on a failed DC 15. Okay. Teleport up to 8. Reach 8. DC 15 will save. Force an enemy to spend 1 action to make a weapon attack or cast a cantrip. On save, they attack with disadvantage. Okay. Can I streamline this at all? What was the not beholder name? His name is Dravok, all-seeing tyrant. Hmm. That's really fitting. Cool. How can we trim this just a bit? Okay, so we don't need to say up to 8. We can just say teleport 8. There you go. There we go. We got there. Bloodied, gain illusory shift. Reaction if you would be damaged. Swap places with a dominated creature, making them the new target of the attack. One-time use. Ooh, that's pretty cool. He is dying, 100% more damage, and he dies. Until then, and he has no armor, right? Yeah, he's got no armor. That's fair. When he until then, every hero makes a will save or is dominated. It no longer ends on taking damage. Ooh, that's nasty. That's nasty. That's very good. Thoughts on using might checks as intimidation checks for characters that have high might? Yeah, absolutely. You can intimidate using anything. Yeah, like Gandalf would intimidate by like using Arcana or lore. Like, I'm going to turn you into a toad. Gimli would intimidate with might. You can intimidate using anything. Yeah, absolutely. You can use the might used to be, I think, intimidate. And like that was it. But you can intimidate using any skill if you sort of describe how it makes sense. Dravak must pay a fortune for contact lenses. Dravak's eyesight is perfect already. He needs no contact lenses. Will a bestiary book be a possibility for the future? Yeah, I'd love to do that. Making monsters is a lot of fun. Curious about entice changes. Its damage is lower and it doesn't continue to stack for each step. So we did tweak that. So if you want to see that real quick, I'll show you that. So we did tweak entice. So now it's damage 1d4, ignores armor. So it just automatically does damage. Target makes a will save until they succeed. They're damaged again and move 2 spaces nearer to you each time they fail. So we did roll it back to how it was. So I hope that helps. So our diagonals decided by what the table wants and everything used that? Yes. 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 That is the whole table uses that blue, and enemies and everybody else use that. And maybe we can add whoop diagonals. Choose one way and everything does that. All right, that gives me enough to remember to finish that. Yeah. So if the heroes get to move diagonally, great. That's fine. So do the monsters. If they get to attack diagonally, perfect. Monsters do too. That just seems fair. Fate of Eisen, a Kiwi D&D podcast. Teleport 8. Reach 8. Force an enemy. So we could probably... Yeah, force an enemy to spend one action to make a weapon, attack, or cast a cantrip. On save, they attack with disadvantage. Cool. All right, so he seems pretty spicy. So this is a very different kind of fight. He's not hitting very hard. He's really much more of a controlling kind of thing. He's spinning your actions, making you like he's a stop hitting yourself kind of guy. And that feels pretty cool. All right, so let's change this. Will and int. My plans flawless. I make all saves with +1 advantage. Attacks against me have disadvantage. Weakness, taking more than 12 piercing or slashing damage. Drevok's plans are flawed for 1 turn. Hey, Lewis. Actions. After each year's turn, move 6 and then use Eye Ray. Range 12. Range 12 seems high. It should probably be range 8. Maybe range 10. It should be short bow range, not long bow range. Range 12. I like range 10. Range 10's fine. Voldragant. Voldragant is cool. Sounds French. I don't know if it's been asked or covered. The art will be available for showing the player somewhere else, or what can we see on this time box page? Yeah, so the there's going to be like monster, like hero, like there's gonna be monster cards. So like there's like item cards like roughly this size, and then there's going to be like epic monster cards that are gonna be like double size. So like one side is gonna be art, on the other side is gonna be the stat block for the game master. So that's for people who got the box. If you got just the books, you'll have those digitally. And if you just got the PDF, there is like a digital assets thing where you can like print those out or just like show them on your laptop or whatever, or your phone. Yeah. So the art will be available if you want to use it at your table. You can't use it, like you can't just like reprint it and sell it or anything. Ooh, pretty excited for Dravok. Yeah. You should be able to find the art by the artist tag on each art. Some of them, yes, not all of them. And some of the art I have actually tweaked and changed. So not all of it will be available as such. But are we still able to upgrade our pledges? Yes, I have not locked it down yet. So you have thinking about doing double box set. Sounds like a great idea. Great idea, Lewis. I was going to do it before Christmas, but a few people. There's been a few changes that I wanted to sort of let set and percolate and stuff. So I will be locking the orders down very, very soon. So if you're going to do that, I wouldn't delay too long on that. Okay, so Dravok, if he takes 12 piercing damage, like you poke him in the eye, it hurts, or you like slashing damage, like you chop off one of his little noodly doodles. So that makes sense. His plans are flawed, right? But that said, it's very hard to crit against him because attacks against him have disadvantage. But he has no armor. He's unarmored. He only has 225 hit points. So after each of his turn, move 6 and then use Eye Ray. So this shouldn't have a period there. Eye Ray, range 10, randomly chosen ray, and then choose target. Or Terrible Maul, melee attack, 4d4 damage. Every die can crit and is vicious. Ooh, that's cool. Doodly noodlies. That's right, man. That's right. Fate of Eisen. A D&D podcast. A Kiwi D&D podcast. So 1, Warping Ray. 3d6 damage. Exchange places with target. They are dazed. So, pew, this just happens. Petrification Ray. Permanently dazes. Ooh, that's cool. Magical healing ends. 3 stacks. Petrified. That's nasty. Terror Ray. 5d10 psychic damage. And let's just say healing ends, because like after the fight, if you don't have a healer, like you can use your hit dice to like heal yourself. Terror Ray, 5d10 psychic damage and terrified. Ooh, terrified is a cool one. I forgot about that. I really like that. Your screams give allies within 6 spaces disadvantage on rolls. Ends when Dravok's plans are flawed. I love that. Like he scares someone in the party so bad that their yells scares everybody else. Oh, that's so funny. So you should be frightened. You are frightened, and you're frightened, and your screams give allies within 6 spaces disadvantage on rolls. Oh, that's so funny. Edward says there's a question in the community tab at the back that could you probably answer from James Turner. Yeah, I probably could. Let's pull that up. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. Backerkit.com. I can never find it. Nimble. Nimble. 2. I can't find it. Campaign page. Community. There we go. James Turner. Hello, I need some help. Yeah, I get like no notifications for this, unfortunately. So, hello, I need some. Oh, let's go to desktop. Hello, I need some help. I just upgraded my pledge from all different. James Turner. Okay, I will double check on that. Post. Okay, so hardcovers, and then I will reach out to James. Okay, I think I can email him. Shoot. I might be able to just fix that. Okay. Thank you, Edward, for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Let's go over to InDesign. Okay. You're frightened and your screams give allies within 6. I hate it when it goes to like just one more line. Can we fix it? 36. So we don't need to say psychic damage. I don't think that matters. Terror ray. Psychic. That might matter because you can't relate offense psychic damage at least. I just happened to see it earlier and I appreciate it. I would appreciate it. You're frightened. There we go. Perfect. We got there. Gravitation ray, 2d6 damage. Push that many spaces knocked prone on a 7+. Ooh, that's cool. Charm ray, DC 16 will save, or you spend 3 actions attacking with them or moving them. Cannot spend cost resources. They regain 3 actions afterward. That's cool. So you act as them for a turn. So like this doesn't deal any damage. Two actions on save. It should do something. Cannot spend resources. They regain spent actions afterward. There you go. That's cool. That's cool. 12 plus spacious push is so evil. Yeah. Yep. Just mush them. Just mush them good. You could even knock them up in the air and then let them fall down, just for flavor. Death Ray. DC 16 strength save. So I like how we have a will save, a strength save. There isn't a dex save, but I think that's okay. We don't need to be having 2 dex saves, too many saves. Or drop to 0 hit points. On save, gain 1 wound. If a dying creature fails this, they die. That's cool. Bloodied. 2 dust. At 110 hit points, use Petrification Ray against every enemy. Ooh, his save DC increases to 18. Oh, that's nasty. That's not the one. I want to open up this. All right, let's double check his numbers. He is a 12, so DC is 16, goes up to 18. That's good. 325. Okay, so no armor. Okay, damage is going to be from 20 to 40. 5d10. Yep. 36 exchange. Yeah, looks about right. Last stand. Dravok is dying. 70 more damage and it dies until So I say his here, and then it, and we'll just say he, whatever, and he dies. He looks like a he. He looks like a dude. Until then, each turn he will move or use Warping Ray, and then Devastation Beam. Damage in a 10 space line. And a line 10 spaces in a, how do I, 10 by 2 line? There you go. I think that makes sense. 10 long, 2 spaces wide. 10 spaces long. Beam, we'll say beam, that's good. Devastation beam. Deal 6d12 damage in a 10 space long, 2 space wide beam. I feel like a comma should go there probably. In 6d12 damage, that seems high. Let's double check that. 6d12. It's like, first of all, it's a lot of damage, or a lot of dice to be rolling. I think what we have here is okay. Okay, so if we're on average dealing 40 damage, that's high. So let's do, yeah, 1d12, 1d12. Let's do 2d12 plus 20. That's pretty close. 2d12 plus 20. It is a line, and lines are yeah, he's getting a lot of people with this. So we're doing 2d12 plus 20. Because he can, so just to sort of show you guys what this practically looks like. I've got a. All right, so we've got our not Dravok. So let's just say we got a few different dudes. This guy's right next to me. These guys are over here. All right, so something like this. All right, so this looks like fairly reasonable. Nothing's really lined up all that much. So the first thing he's going to do, he's going to use warping. What is it? Warping ray, which is a 3d6 damage. Exchange places with a target. Okay, so he could exchange he could exchange places with this guy. Then now all three of those guys are in the line, and get all three of them. So like he can set it up pretty easily, I think. So we don't want to be at the very ceiling of the damage you can do. I think that might be a little bit too nasty. But yeah, look, I like how the model of this has like little rings around each eye stalk. Like he's got a bunch of magical rings. I don't know. I think that's pretty sweet. And my wife gave me this cool little thing to stick him in, so he doesn't like go shooting lasers everywhere at nighttime. 2d12 plus 20 damage. That feels about right. Feels about right. Azreal, Lord of Pain and Flame. 320 hit points and heavy armor. Let's double check. So he is a level 14 boy. Okay, so this one may need a little bit of adjustment. So level 14 at 295, because he has more. Let's see. Pain. Crits against Azreal are vicious. Ooh, that's cool. I forgot about that. Yeah, so he has a little bit more hit points because when you crit him, he takes more of it. He deals damage equal to the crit dice back to the attacker. Chair stream. All right. Hey, Taryn. How's it going, man? Okay. Pain. Crits against Azreal are vicious. He deals damage equal to the crit dice back to the attacker. That's pretty cool. After each hero's turn, choose one. Azreal can fly up to 10. Okay, so I think we're going to tweak this. This is one of the older designs where, like, he can... what are you working on today, Taryn? Anything cool? So initially, the monsters could, like, either move or attack. Now, for most of them now, it's like you get a small. You can move and do a small attack, or you can like if you moved last turn, you can do a big attack if you don't need to move again. So I think we'll tweak that just a bit. Crackling Whip, reach 10. Ooh, that is a long reach for a whip. It's a long reach. Oh, nice, Taryn. I've got some cool Scion art for coming up for Nimble. I've got some cool ideas, but I've really been like forcing myself to not. Let me see if I find it. I've been having to force myself not to think about it until I'm done with this. So I gotta be a taskmaster. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. So here's the latest from Mr. Earl. Give me 1 second. Here, yeah. So this is the latest sketch from Earl. So I did give some feedback already, but it looks pretty sweet. So I think we're gonna have her other hand, like she's either gonna have like both hands up like this, or maybe like one hand out, or something. Maybe like some blood coming down the nose. Like yeah, that's gonna be sweet, and like some like cool effects going on. But I think that's gonna be pretty cool piece. Okay, Crackling Whip. So a reach of 10 is probably too much. Let's do a reach of 8. 3d12. Okay, so let's see, what is the dice? Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that. And I've got art for an artificer already also. It's like Earl had like some free time this past month, so I went ahead and said, hey, I'm going to do this. Played Control the last few days, and it felt like I think I know what you're talking. Like a video game, isn't it like so? Like you go into the FBI, and the FBI is weird and something like that. That kind of thing. Yeah. I think I played that for just a little while back in the day. It's an old game now, isn't it? Okay, so Crackling Whip. Okay, so let's make his whip a reach of 8, and he can move 6. Move 6. There you go. 2019 is old. Is that what it was? SCP Foundation, one of the anomalies. Yeah. That I remember. Oh yeah, it had like all sorts of weird guns and things. I got like an hour into it, so I don't really remember. Maybe like 2 hours into it. I think there was too much. I think there was like too much swearing and cursing in it for me. So I was like, whatever. If I recall, that was 5 years in video game release time. Like I'm still like whenever I'm like looking for a video game, like what was that one game that I played like 20 years ago? I want to play that one again. Okay, so he can move 6 and then deal 3d12 damage on hit. The target is grappled and pulled adjacent. Okay, that's cool. DC 17. Okay, so let's double check, make sure our numbers are not DC 1. Make sure our numbers are good. So he's level 14. He's level 14. So it should be 21 damage. 3d12 is 6. Let's not burn all my calories trying to do simple math. 3d12, yeah, it'll deal 20 damage on average. Okay, so that's good. On hit, the target is grappled and pulled adjacent to Azreal. Nice. Doom Sword. Reach 2, 3d12. So he's huge. Are Baylors usually huge? I think they are. It's pretty cool art too. pretty cool art. 3d12 plus 10, so it's gonna be 30 damage. Let's see. So it's a less damage, but he will be attacking with advantage. Oh, to all creatures within reach. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's sweet. 160 hit points. 160, yep. Azreal can use Crackling Whip twice each turn. Ooh, that's very good. Last stand. Yes, more pain. Azreal is dying at 200 more damage. Ooh, 200? That seems high. Is that correct? Yes, it should be 140. 140. 140. Okay. So every hit against him is a critical hit. So let's give him just a little bit more, not that much more. So every crit against him is a critical hit. But he deals damage back whenever he's crit. So he's quite spicy. So we can shrink this down a little bit. I like that. Oh, Taryn, if you're still here, I was able to draw a little Mamperino of the adventure that you made. I just finished it today. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, it's here. It's here. Where is it? This one. Yeah. So right on the Royal Nest, I was able to get everything down, as well as a stat block for the Lindworm. And then we have, we've got the landing zone, and then the hatchery foyer. You can go to the left, the royal stables, or to the right, to the mess hall, and then up to the dormitory or the training yard, and then to the armory, and then down the vertical hallway to the Golden Sun hatchery. So yeah, there we go. I kind of like how that turned out. Let's go to the dragon. Super worth a 15-hour time commitment. That game only took 15 hours. Baylor's meant to be copyright-free version of Balrog. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Hey, Evan, my group just finished up the introduction adventure in the GM guide. Had a blast. Nice. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm still waiting on this art. Actually, I should email her today. Now that the holidays are over. She sent a final piece in, but I had to send it back because her art quality is like great, but the piece she sent me was like okay. It wasn't much more rendered than this. So I said, hey, this isn't really up to your quality. Like if I was paying like a discount, like a discount artist, and they gave me that, I'd be fine with it, But this was a professional artist. So let's look at Gloomwing. Okay, I think dragons should sort of be like obviously the coolest. So he's a level 15 solo boy. He's got heavy armor. 315 is where it's supposed to be. He's at 320. Just makes it easier to divide by 2. I think that's okay. Yeah, it's so awesome to see that. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, Taryn, if you wanna hang out, man, you're welcome to hop in and hang out if you're just chilling. But consider this an open invitation anytime you want to come hop in voice chat. You just gotta let me know because I've got notifications off. Okay, so dragons, the Nimble dragons, they have like a cool thing that they do when they bite you. Like they have like some debuff that makes like the interaction like real spicy that you want to get off of you, right? So like, why would they use their tail versus their claws versus their bite versus their wings versus like their breath weapon? Like all of these, like there should be a reason to use each one, right? So their bite is like how they impart this debuff. Okay, so this dragon, this is a rot dragon. So creatures within 6 spaces take 5 necrotic damage at the start of their turns. Okay, just 5. So nothing to roll, nothing to do. You just do it real quick. I'm just thinking if it should be at the start of the turn or at the end of their turn. I think end of the turn would be quicker to do at the table. All right, let's think about this. Let's think about it. All right, so we got a bunch of boys. Let's just do a quick little play test. Let's go to the desk. All right, we'll use my Jabberwock. My Jabberwocky. All right, so here's our dragon. We've got a guy here and a guy. So our barbarians here. Everybody else is sort of like spread out. Spread out, everybody. So the dragon that just went. So it's this guy's turn. He runs and smacks him, and his turn is over. Now it's the dragon's turn again. So his turn is over. Then he takes 5 damage. That'd be easy to do. But if it's like, okay, it's my turn. First I'm gonna everybody has to wait for me while I stop and write down. All right, I take 5 damage. 37 minus 5. What is that? It's 28 damage. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Turn. Let me know. So I think doing it at the end of your turn might be easier. It'll make other people wait less. Okay, so now it's this guy's turn, and then he's gonna do his whatever thing, and then it's this guy's turn. And maybe he flies over here to get these guys to get more people within reach. All right, so all of these guys are within reach. Now it's this guy's turn, and he can either on his turn he can move out of the Aura of Rot and not take it, or he can stay there. Yeah. I like that a lot better. So sometimes it's just really handy. It's helpful to just play it out and see how it works. You don't need to roll a bunch of dice. A lot of times, assuming the numbers are balanced already, you don't really need to at the end of their turns. Just play it out, see how the cadence goes, and you can tell pretty quickly, oh, this is broken, or this is good. So end of turn. I found regardless of system, I usually defer at X time triggers to the end of a player's turn. So 1, it takes up less time available. Exactly, AJ. It gives more players more agency to solve the problem. There you go, perfect. Exactly right. And it's 6 spaces, so you have to spend a full movement to move out of the way. Light sensitivity, radiant damage suppresses Aura of Rot until the end of the next hero's turn. Hero of Hush, yeah. After each hero's turn, choose one. Rot Breath, 1-time use. So it should be this, and 1-time use. How do we say it elsewhere? 1-time use. A numeral 1. I prefer numerals over spelling out the word for a number because people can see numerals more quickly, I think. Glooming flies up to 10. Fly 10. There we go. That's easier to read. Fly 10. 8d 10 necrotic damage. How do we say it in the spell? So I'm trying to make it all consistent. Reach cone 4. Okay. Cone 8, and then we can scooch this up. Scooch that up. Okay, 1-time use. Fly 10. Then reach cone 8. Let's capitalize that. DC 17 Dex save. Or 8d10 necrotic damage to creatures. We don't need to say to creatures, obviously. To creatures. Necrotic damage, half on save. So generally the damage type to heroes just doesn't really matter, but he does have this debuff that doubles necrotic damage. Cruelty's Gift. Ooh, and you know what it should do? Healing is halved and vulnerable to necrotic damage. What do we think about that? Healing ends. Okay, so you can end it by being healed. But until you're healed, like, so you can't just do like one big heal because it's going to be cut in half. That's cool because it's a rot dragon. That's cool. That's really, really cool. I like that. So that said, we need to balance that. We need to make sure the numbers are balanced. Okay, so 8d10 necrotic damage. Let's not burn ourselves out again. 8d10. Let's just see. So it's going to be like 44 damage. How does that stack up? 44 damage. Okay, one big attack. That's good. That works. And that is the first thing he wants to do. Bite, reach 2. Let's go ahead and capitalize that. Move up to 6 spaces. Okay. Move 6. Then 3d10 damage. On damage, target gains 3d10 damage. Okay. All right. So I want to do this first, just to like give everybody a little bit of a scare, you know, just soften them up a little bit, and then we want to bite them. Move 6, then 3d10 damage on damage. Target gains Cruelty's Gift. And then, so Cruelty's Gift, healing is halved, vulnerable to, okay. So then it's going to be 3d10 plus 20 necrotic damage. Ooh, that's good. 3d10 plus, so let's just double check that. 3d10, it should be like 15, 16. So the baseline is 22. So 3d10 is going to be like 16, 17. Okay, so bite is, because you're moving, because you're moving and it gives this Cruelty's Gift, it deals less damage than standard. Okay. Then you can claw. It's going to deal 3d10 plus 20. All right, so how much is that? Plus 20. It's going to be probably above rate. Yeah, so that's going to be like a big attack. Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. And then tail, so you have additional reach with your tail. Okay, so this softens up the whole party. This sets up a big damage. This is the big damage attack. And then this is like, I want to reposition some dudes. I don't want to move and do some other thing. You know, so tail 1d10. So let's see what that would look like. So let's grab, where's my d10s? Let's grab a d10. Ooh. All right, so you're going to take 10 damage. So you're going to take 11 damage and be knocked back 11 spaces. So it's going to be quite the smack. So that might be another like 6d6 damage from that attack. And you're like way off in the middle of nowhere now. That's cool. I think we can reduce the width of this just a bit. Maybe not that much. There we go. Move 6, then 3d10 damage. No damage. Give Cruelty's Gift. So I'm trying to make it so that so we don't have any extra so I don't want to have like a bunch of like extra space here like between lines, but I also don't want to like needlessly make it wrap to additional lines. So that is what I'm trying to do, if you guys are wondering. The more compact we can reasonably make it, the less intimidating it is to run. Like, it's easier to run. Your eyes don't have to like dart back and forth as a GM, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, just do a little bit of scoochy scooch. There we go. Cool. Bloodied 160. Let's just double check. 150, that's fine. Gloomwing's Rot Breath recharges. Ooh, that's good. Gloomwing is dying. 150 more damage. Let's double check. 150, yep. And he dies. Until then, the damage and range of his Aura of Rot is doubled. Ooh, that's quite good. It's quite good. Cool. So let's grab all of this. Not that, and not that. We will group it. And then now we can maneuver it to the middle. There we go. Like that. All right, so this one, Alaric. So this one and the big boss is gonna take a little bit of thinking. Okay, so he's level 16, and he has no armor because he's wearing like a blouse. He's wearing a blouse. All right, so he's got 320 hit points. Level 16. Okay, so he has very few hit points for his level. So he's gonna have something spicy. Sanguine Cloak, once per turn. Once per turn. Deal 1d12 necrotic damage whenever you're attacked. That attack is reduced. The attack is reduced by this amount. That's cool. So this is a once per turn thing. Vulnerable to Radiant. After taking Radiant damage, use Beguile as a reaction. They roll with disadvantage. Okay, Sunscorn. That's cool. Sunscorn is a cool ability name, I must say. So I really like rereading these because I forget what I wrote, and it's like I'm reading what someone else wrote. Actions. After each hero's turn, choose one. Summon Bloodbats. For each bloodied hero, summon to... Oh, yeah, he does a lot of cool stuff with a bloodied condition. Ah, yes, now I'm starting to remember, because he's a vampire. He's a vampire. For each bloodied hero, summon 2 Bloodbats, D10 minions. Ebon Fang. Fly up to 8 spaces. Fly. 8. Or swap places with a bat minion. Then deal 1d10 plus 15 damage. On hit, the target is considered bloodied until healed. Ooh, that's so cool. Yeah, Ebon Fang can like mark dudes as bloodied. I forgot about that. I really like that. Beckon and Bite, 1 beguiled creature. Ooh, what is beguiled? We'll find out in a second. One beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. It is then bitten. So I want to add like a range to this. It's like one of my favorite thematic uses for bloody is mechanic, considering something to be bloody that technically isn't. Yeah, that's cool. One beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. If it ends up adjacent to you, bite them. $40 unpreventable necrotic damage, 1 wound, and ends the beguile. The next Ebon Fang attack uses. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Also, I got you on while I'm catching up with D&D drama. Oh, what's the D&D drama going on, man? Let me know what's going on. Okay. All right. So, what does Beguile do? It basically opens up this cool attack. Beguile, fly up to 8 spaces. One hero is beguiled on a failed DC 18 will save with disadvantage if it's Jason. Oh yeah. If he's like right next to you, you can see into his baby blue eyes. That's pretty sweet. So I want to make this simpler. One beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. If they are adjacent, bite them. Sounds like YouTubers kind of snipping at each other publicly over how they talk about the game. Treant monks being a voice of reason and trying to do a call to sanity. That's good. Good thing someone is like are people being paid to like make videos for Wizards of the Coast or something like that? I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they'd be snipping. Okay. Bite them and end the beguile. Okay. Just a lot of hyperbole because this subclass is just okay. It doesn't make for great thumbnail. Width is probably unnecessary on beguile. No? Maybe. Which is eventually turned into misinformation to sensationalize how good / bad something is. Like what I've found is that like subclasses and stuff in D&D like don't really do a whole lot. Is like I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but like classes, like I was looking at like fighter, what was it? What's the one that like Eldritch Knight? You don't really get anything. Like it doesn't really do anything. Like you get a couple of cantrips. How many spell slots do you get? You can cast like meager spells. You can like call your weapon to you. You learn how to when you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, creature has disadvantage the next saving throw. Like that's fine. I don't know. Like I don't feel like subclasses really do a whole lot. Like the last character that I played in 5e was like a wizard. It was like I think an Abjurer wizard, just because like, oh, it gives me some temporary hit points every once in a while. And that was sort of all that I did. Depends on class. Clerics, for instance, get a lot in their subclass. Oh, do they? Okay. Pretty happy with options that aren't tied to resources in general. Seem to be underwhelmed a lot of people about marshals and DD. I just want it to like feel different. I want like this subclass to feel really different than that subclass, you know, to like do something. So fighter subclasses get very little. Okay, maybe it's just a recency thing. Like I don't know. Beguile, fly up to 8 spaces. Okay, so we can change that to fly 8. One hero is beguiled on a failed DC 18 will save. Cool. Bloodied mist form, no longer vulnerable to radiant. Once per round, bat decoy. Whenever you would take damage, instead it swap places with the bat minion. Ooh, that's cool. So you gotta take care of all the bats. Yeah, you gotta take care of all the bats. Ooh, yeah. So, now I'm starting to remember how this works. Okay, so Ebon Fang. So Ebon Fang attacks bloody characters. Then you can summon a bunch of blood bats. Yeah, okay. So this guy's got a lot going on. He's like very complicated as far as like a nimble character, but he is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's like 1/16 the length of like Strahd, which I like. So ideally, like I would want to combine 2 of these, so there's only 3. So I'm gonna see if I can do that. But if not, I think like by the time you're level 16, like you do want a little bit of mechanical, like a little bit of mechanical like spice in there. I think so. It doesn't need to be super duper simple. It doesn't need to be super simple, but I also don't want it to be like overly complicated, because like running it should be easy for the GM. The debate now is about Sea Druid, which has turned into a series of jabs on YouTube. I'm just getting my popcorn to see why we're making response videos about imaginary Goblin Dice games. Sea Druid. Not trying to derail. That's fine, man. Hey, you know, whatever. Like, I don't care. Sea Druid. No, the mermaid is stronger than the the merman. I've been following it at all. It's hard for me at this point to even read like 5e stuff, just the way like it takes so many calories to read through that stuff. Bloodied, misform, no longer. Okay, we read that already. Last stand, Alaric is dying. 160 more damage, and he dies. Until then, he and his bats roll d20s when they attack. Ooh, that's cool. There you go. Right, yeah, that's easy. Can you just tack on a bat minion summon to the end of Ebon Fang instead? Ebon Fang, let's see. Yeah, it's a bit long-winded. Again, Shoulders of Giants. Like, we wouldn't be here without 5e, obviously. So you can only complain so much. It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Like if someone said, "Hey Evan, I wanna DM a game of D&D for you," I'd be like, "Yep, sure, you got it." I can feel the migraine developing by my just looking at these druid features. Yeah, yeah. So if someone like if I knew like a good DM who wanted to like run a game of D&D for me, like I'd totally be down. But I would rather have like a mediocre GM running almost any other system. Right. So like a good DM like running D&D, like that's a lot of fun. But like I've been in some 5e games that were like not fun. Not fun at all. Just like absolute slogs. And I just left early. um, um, but I mean, like it's not the DM's fault really. Like it's some of these things are sort of built in. But like it like almost like any OSR game or OSE game or like other kind of RPG, like fixes a lot of those things 5e. So like you could have like a really mediocre or a brand new DM like running some of these others, and probably have a better time. Probably have a better time. But again, shoulders of giants. 5e is the goat. Okay, so tack on summon bloodbats. That would be good. Yeah. Hmm. I'm okay with a bit of crunch at that level. Is this campaign capstone? This is campaign capstone. Yeah. So I'm not worried about crunch really, but I do want it to be easy to run as a GM. Okay, so if I'm reading this, all right, so I just like the first attack that someone makes against me, I'm rolling a d12. Okay, that's easy enough. So we got a trigger, and then I have to pick one of these. Is it obvious which one of these I want to pick? Yeah, I played 5e24 for the Make a Wish stream. Oh, that's cool, but I'm very exhausted with it. Sounds like the market's responding similarly as well. That's interesting. All I've seen is like people who like 5e, they still like it. So like, hey, good. So I want it to be clear. This is when you would summon Bloodbats. This is when you would use Ebon Fang. This is when you would beckon. This is when you would beguile. It's like I want it to be absolutely, Darren. Yeah, you make a suggestion. So like right now, like I feel like a little bit lost looking at this. Like really cool ideas. It needs a little bit of refinement. Check out Action Gambit in the Vagabond Core Rulebook for stat blocks. I like the name already. Again, Taryn, you're good at naming things. Action Gambit. If you want to hop on and explain it to me, you're welcome to do that. Vagabond. I'm pretty sure I've got the latest one. Desktop. All right. Action Gambit. It's just a lot to type. Okay. Yeah. No worries. So what page? Action Gambit. Okay, I just have to find it. Action Gambit. Probably if I find Gambit. Enemy Combat Gambit. Solo co-op. Action Gambit. GM can always choose from the actions available to the enemy. However, their actions are listed in order of priority for how they would typically use them. At the topmost actions available, go down the list. Yeah. So we've got something similar to that already. It wouldn't be bad to go ahead and like say that. But yeah, so that is how all of the other monsters are. The strongest, biggest attack is first, and then if I can't do that, then I'll do this. If I can't do that, I'll do this. So that is how it is. So I would like it to be that. Try join it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not in the Nimble talk right now. I guess I could hop in there. Nimble talk. Start this change. There we go. Sorry, I didn't know you were. That is what we did last time.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Oh, hey. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's like, where's music coming from? What?
Yeah, and everybody who's just in the Nimble thing, we're streaming on YouTube. If you guys want to jump onto YouTube, I'll paste the link here, so you guys could hop on YouTube. All right, so yeah, action Gambit.
Yeah, so this is part of like why so like with Vagabond I always said like it was a really big deal that I wanted it to work solo.
Mm-hmm.
This was a part of the solo engine right here. So like the idea was enemies were always going to have this list of like from top to bottom, they're going to try to prioritize these actions, but as always, a GM can do whatever they'd like to with it. But yeah, so whenever you're doing solo, you're supposed to read the actions from top to bottom. Um, and that's why in certain stat blocks, you'll see that there's triggers or like if a recharge, like for a dragon's fire breath. Um, if it's on recharge, then it's going to go down and do the next thing, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, I was just trying to think of something that was like intuitive, quick, easy. It didn't need a whole lot of interpretations really about like why it would use this or this.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but
Yeah, no, I do like that. I think that's the correct way to do it. I think having 4 actions is too many. I think 3 is the correct amount. So maybe we'll revise that. Um, yeah, I really like that. So are there any other details on that?
I mean, not really. I would say that like part of the way I make it work in Vagabond is that if you look at some stat blocks, they have like this is why like okay, if it can't get into range for a melee attack, it's going to use a ranged option instead. If it just simply can't cast for one reason or another, it'll do something else. Um, yeah, and like so it's going to try to prioritize doing top to bottom, yada yada yada.
I like your use of cryptid. That's cool.
Yeah,
I was like
I
cryptid.
yeah, starting really, really early on, I wanted it to feel familiar for like 5e players. Um, and creature type was a thing that I've been honestly I wish I could have gotten rid of it at so many points.
Uh-huh.
Um, but it makes the druid churn, Um, it makes druid churn, it makes it really easy for like animal companion for there's a perk that we have in Vagabond.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, there were several times it just kind of felt like it was getting in the way, and
Yeah.
uh,
Have you seen how we're doing like shapeshifting and stuff?
I mean, I've seen a little bit of the way that you guys use descriptor tags for that, like vampire, yada yada.
Well, like so
Um,
like our druid um it's like you can like you can shapeshift into a large beast and like whatever you want and it gets like these abilities.
mhm,
You can shapeshift into like a medium beast or a tiny thing. And it's transform into any large beast and then like you gain all these things. And then like you can sort of
yeah,
customize it with like different things. So rather than like go through the monster manual and pick a beast or whatever, it's like turn into whatever you want to turn into, and then like these are the stats you get, and you sort of flavor it however you want. Or like if you want wings, you can add wings. If you want a tail or whatever, like you can sort of like
yeah,
customize things that way. So that's how we manage that. But
yeah.
where are your where's your monsters at?
They should be towards the back of the book. That's where I left them. But
That's where I left them.
I
That's
thought
where I saw
so.
him last.
Yeah, there should be a whole bestiary back there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
All
that
right.
that fat thing. Yeah.
Do you have anything similar to like like legendary monsters?
Um, for the most part, like
Like a
if
boss
you look at
monster?
like yeah, if you look at like the Lich, um, the Stone Colossus is there in the artificials. Um,
Where's Lich?
it should be in Undead towards the
Oh,
end of the
undead.
book.
Oh no. Um,
Yeah,
cryptids.
that's I think Dragon Turtle. We do have the Tarask.
Oh, Trask. All right, so let's look at the Trask. We're here
Yeah, there you go.
already. Okay, armor 7. So armor in Vagabond, it just reduces damage by that much. Like any
It
damage it
reduces
takes.
it reduces attack damage by that much.
What's the distinction
So,
between damage and attack damage?
uh, yeah, so like casting spells, that's not considered an attack.
Gotcha.
Those could be like ambient effects or big AoEs, and armor doesn't help out with like extreme burning heat or poison or anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay, so action. So if I'm running a Tarask, multi-attack, 2x claw, 1 horn, 1 bite, 1 tail. Okay. So claw, horn. So just do everything here.
Yep.
And then if it moves at least 30 feet in a straight line, then makes a horn attack at the same turn. That attack does double damage. Colossal. Okay. Legendary cast checks targeting it. Oh, cast checks targeting it have a d12 penalty. Mythic, it
Yeah.
doesn't die unless a wish is granted to do so. Reflective Carapace, when targeted with a spell, roll a d6 on a 1. Spells from the source, 2 or 3. Spells spell on 4 to 6. Okay. Ooh. I don't know much about Vagabond, but this looks nasty. Regains 9 hit points on each of his turns. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I've had to toy with this, and like this has really tested the threat level measure, like the threat level calculations I've been doing on it, because
mhm,
like between this, I was like, yeah, the Tarask, that's supposed to be your biggest, baddest, scariest thing.
mhm.
Um, that's supposed to be like this is the upper threshold of what is scary in this system.
Yeah.
Um, but then I just tried porting over like an OSR dragon turtle,
Uh-huh.
and dra- dragon turtles are just rough, man.
Are they?
Like, oh yeah. So like the version of the dragon turtle, it's up there in cryptids too. All
Okay.
dragons are cryptids in Vagabond. Um, so the dragon turtle is a thing where like the way that
28.5.
yeah, because of its steam breath.
Okay. 90-foot cone. Damage equal to this being's current.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
That's
man.
the way that they used to always do. That's the way that they used to always do dragon breath. Was its damage equal to this being's like current hit points?
Really?
Yeah, save for half, that kind of thing. And now
Hmm.
to me, th- you go up against this thing. This is, I mean,
You're cooked.
yeah, it sneezes on your ship and it's busted in half.
Yeah.
Uh,
That seems too
it's
good.
it's a really really strong stat block, and like for me, I mean, the original description with the Tarask was like, yeah, this is like the biggest baddest creature in the whole world or whatever. Um, and yet, like, I kept doing the way I was doing my threat level calculations in Vagabond. It was like, oh, but the dragon turtle's like 6 ranks above it, so I gotta figure out a new descriptive text. Like,
Mm. So,
but
how
yeah,
does so threat level is like the CR equivalent, right?
yeah, and
Is that
this is
how it is? Yeah, go ahead.
I tried to come up with as simple as a calculation as I could with this. Essentially, what it breaks down to is the calculation is shown at the very like start of reading stat blocks and everything. Um, this is a headache. So yeah, you're almost there, I think. Oh wait, you're still like
Oh, I'm
you're
still in the
about
bestiary. Okay, here we go.
yeah. There's an introduction in reading stat blocks a little bit further ahead of where you were. There
Uh-huh.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this seems complicated, but if you'll scroll down from there, and I'm
Threat
watching
level. Here we
stream,
go.
so
Yeah.
yeah. So this calculation was I went through about like I think 6 or 7 different iterations before we got to this equation right here. This looks weird, but yeah.
Okay.
So this equation right here, you multiply its armor by 2 for A, divide its hit points by 10 to get B. So if it has 42 hit points, it's 4.2. If it
Hmm.
has 2 armor, then that's a 4. So 4 plus 4.2, so 8.2 divided by 4, you're getting about like 2 point something and some change. Um, and then the total amount of damage that it could do per round, you divide that by 3 to get C. And what you wind up with is 2 numbers right here that, with the average of that, it turns into our threat level.
Hmm.
And the threat level is roughly equivalent to if I put one of these monsters up against one character of equal level, it
Mm-hmm.
should be a pretty even fight
Gotcha.
in a sense.
Gotcha. Okay, so a level 1 bad guy is roughly equivalent to a level 1 hero. So if you have 5 level 5 heroes, could you put them against a level 25 thing, or is there like a min or max?
So it's not impossible. This is again because of BX damage structure. Like they should probably know that, like, hey, if this thing has 25 hit dice, it's probably gonna mess us up.
Uh-huh.
Um, Instead of dividing by 3 and then dividing by 2, why not just divide average damage by 6 in the first place? Uh, divide divide damage by 3 for C. Um, did I accidentally
Scott Kurtz,
put that in
hey.
the
How's it going, Scott? Sorry, go ahead, Darren.
No, 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 you're fine. I was looking through this. I'm being okay. Wait. Divide, yeah, divide its average damage per round by 3 for C, right? C over 6. Uh, so what I would say is, why didn't I do that? My degree is in jazz studies, so
Jazz studies. Uh, if you guys haven't seen Scott Kurtz's Table Titans Club, you guys check it out. It's pretty cool.
oh,
Your
cool.
degrees in the jazz studies. I think this calculus would disagree with you. Um, okay, so uh, so so what about so like would it make more sense to like 5 level 5 heroes? Let's say that they would be able to face like 5 level 5 monsters or 5 threat level monsters, right?
Yeah. So 5 level 5 heroes roughly going up against that. Again, it's a ballpark. Um,
Okay.
that means that those monsters likely have stats that are roughly equivalent to what those characters are like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to put like a level 5 barbarian up against I don't know, like what's a CR5 or CRTL, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like a maybe like an Odiug.
Mm-hmm.
I think a 5th level barbarian and vagabond would have a pretty I think it would be a pretty tough fight. Armor is extremely impactful. In terms like the numbers might look pretty small here, but in terms of like whenever we've seen it in play, like 2 armor has been
Yeah.
pretty tough early on.
If you're rolling
Uh,
d6s, right? D6s for your damage.
a lot of the cases, yeah,
Yeah.
armor gets bigger damage dice,
Okay.
but spells are rolling d6s. They get to ignore a lot of this armor.
Okay.
Um, but we're a lot more generous about damage immunity, basically.
Okay.
Um, a lot of Vagabond. I really love what Vossen does with finding like monster weaknesses.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so a
Yeah. Yeah.
lot of the weaknesses in Vagabond are like really unconventional.
Hmm.
You should go to Fae and look at our mermaid because the mermaid has like this should show you some of the witchery kind of like combat I really wanted to evoke with Vagabond. Yeah, there we go. So it should be the Immortal of the Sea.
It can be reduced below 1 hit points while it is even partially submerged in a body of water. Okay, so you gotta like pull it out of the water before you can kill it.
Yeah, so we
That's
had
cool.
like people were actually trying to think of like, oh, we've got to put it in a net and drag it onto shore and then just stab it to death.
Just beat it with some socks with oranges.
Yeah.
What would you think, Taryn, of uh, my? Okay, so where is it? Okay, so um, I is this like all locked down and gone to print and everything already?
Not yet.
Okay, not
I'm
yet.
like no, I'm still waiting on the new cover from Grill House, and then
Okay.
I've got 2 artists that still have about 40 pieces that I haven't gotten to me yet.
Oh,
The
okay.
deadline is supposed yeah, the deadline was supposed to be January 15th. Because we're trying to
Good
beat
luck.
all this stuff with tariffs and everything.
Mm,
Um, but yeah, it's we're gonna see. I've got probably to me as far as everything that's in here, all the player facing stuff is like locked in.
okay. What about okay? So if I was running Vagabond for the first time, I would read this. I would read building encounters. All right, I want to make myself an encounter. Okay, TL1 enemy is an average fight for level 1 hero. All right, so immediately I would say, all right, if I've got five heroes, I want 5 level TR bad guys.
Right.
Would that make a good encounter?
Uh, for the most part, yeah. I
Okay.
think that whenever they're up there at 5th level, that's roughly about like what I would probably throw at them in something like White Plume Mountain. Yeah, that's like I tend to think that a medium encounter for like I think that the gradient kind of slows down a bit as you keep going up. It's not exact here. I even mentioned like this is a ballpark.
Yeah.
Um
But like
as far yeah.
like how my thinking works is like, okay, if I want like a normal encounter, I'm gonna throw 5 level 1 dudes at it, and if I want a boss encounter, I'm gonna throw 1 level 5 guy at them. Like so that's how I would think. If that would like get my party killed. Um
That's essentially the way I was trying to intuit it.
okay.
Yeah, I was hoping that like something like a threat level 3 would be something that like a level of a party of first level characters would feel, oh, okay, this is like a fight.
Okay.
Um, yeah.
Okay. Um so like so rather than this calculation, because like so
Hmm.
this table basically gives us the calculation, right?
That's if like you're gonna make your own and you want to know like I love really showing how the sausage is made whenever I'm doing any game
Yeah.
design. So that's part of just telling people like, hey, here's kind of how the sausage was made.
um, do whatever you want. This is my feedback. So if I was just a consumer reading this, like this
Yeah.
would probably scare me away. Like
Oh,
so that
probably, yeah.
yeah. So rather than this, maybe like if I were doing this, I would include like if you have like fewer than one monster per hero, like take it down a little bit. Like if you have 5 level 1 heroes instead of a level 5 monster, give them a level 3 monster. Like I would include that advice here, rather than this. Like if you have the table, that's what I'm gonna use. All right. If I want a
Yeah.
threat level 5 dude, it's gonna use these stats. Like I don't care how you got there as long as the numbers are good. Like so this
Right.
might do the opposite of what you intend. So if like 5 level 1 heroes and 5 level 1 bad guys, if that's a good encounter, cool. But if like 1 level 5 guy versus this beginning party doesn't work, then I need to know that.
Yeah. So this is one of those things where like so you can see up in the top right,
Yeah.
the following header should only really concern GMs interested in making their own monsters. Um I trust me, there have been several times where like throughout the development phase, I have cut this out of the entire book and I was like, I'm gonna put that in something else. And then it's only been met with somebody upset that that was taken out. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know, man. It's either going to overwhelm people or like,
Yeah.
so my consolation here was basically to put that sidebar in that was like, hey, you don't need to worry about this for the
Here's
most
this,
part.
but
Like,
ignore it if you want to.
yeah, like the way
Yeah.
that OSR stuff just kind of rolls up encounters, it's like there's 2d6 goblins. Oh, okay, well suddenly there's 12 of them here. Well, the party better run from it, like
Uh-huh.
it tries to keep the spice of randomness kind of affecting how the party should be making their decisions.
Hmm.
But a lot more of the more modern systems try to go into more of a structure for uh, you can determine an exactly balanced encounter if these numbers are crunched out and equal this or over here, whatever.
For sure. For sure.
Um, yeah, I'll tell you, I was like really really diligent about yeah we've got to determine the difficulty system and whatever. Um, Whenever Wizards of the Coast announced that like they were going to revise the CR system and everything for the DMG, I was like, sick. Okay, well, yep. I guess I really should be up on my I really should be up on the difficulty system for Vagabond and everything.
Hmm.
And then they didn't change anything, and they were like, we don't even use this anymore. And I'm like, cool. Well, if
I did
we're
all that
all
math
just
for nothing.
are we all just phoning it in now? I guess so. So
Yeah, the monster dies when it feels like they give him enough.
yeah.
Um, all right. Well, do you have any feedback on Vampire Guy? So
Yeah,
I think cut it from four to three is the correct direction.
yeah. I generally are like err on the side of editing things down.
Yeah.
Um, like tends to be like whenever I'm looking through something. Number one, I really love the fact that like your stat blocks are this condensed.
Hmm.
Like it's this cake. I
And this is
I
like the
see
most
too often.
complicated stat block. Like most of them are
Mhm.
like this. Like this is a kobold. Like that's like so like most of the monsters are. So like all the
Yeah,
goblins fit on like a postcard.
yeah, yeah. That's realistically that's all you need. And I mean,
Yeah.
to people who are ever thinking like that's it, it's like you can get a lot more out of that than a big chunky stat block.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So I like this because another thing that this can do is I I really like I really like how Goodman Games writes their boss encounters in Dungeon Crawl Classics
Hmm.
because every encounter kind of feels
You're gonna make
like
me buy Dungeon Crawl Classics
well I mean
now.
they have a whole lot of their adventures up for free right now, so you can go and yeah get that. Um, so the thing I really like about the way that they do their adventures in particular, Dungeon Crawl Classics as a system, I'm not a fan of, but um, Goodman Games' adventures are really good.
Okay.
They're really good in the sense of holy crap, they come up with so many and they all have so much like just oomph and like flavor to them. Yeah,
Hmm.
there's a vibe to DCC that
Ooh.
nobody else is really doing super well right now.
Hmm.
Um,
They get a old
but
school
the
vibe
thing,
on their website too.
yeah, and they even have like guys who are, I mean, Errol Otis, the guy that did all the artwork for D&D, like basic expert, is on staff with DCC.
Okay.
Yeah, like I mean, they're very much into the old school vibe.
Oh, that's so
Um,
cool. They've got Zoom. They've got learn to play with Zoom demo games. That's awesome.
oh
That's a
god,
cool idea.
oh man, yeah, they're like Goodman Games is
That's so
they're
cool.
gonna be a sleeper hit. I'm telling you, within the next 5 years, people are gonna really latch on to them. I don't know that DCC is necessarily the system that I would prefer to run, but everything in here is like basically basic expert
Is it?
compatible, so you can run it with just about everything.
Bob Worldbuilder
Uh,
loves it.
yeah, I think that DCC has an appeal to if you really like that old grit and you like a bit of the funny like merc borginess of running a bunch of peasants through a gauntlet and seeing who survives. And that's like, if you're all about random character creation, DCC is like the most LOL so random game you could come up with.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that all being said, their adventures are a lot more structured in the like TSR sort of voice, I guess.
Hmm.
Um, there's a wackiness to it that I just haven't really like if people want to kind of complain about the way that like Dungeons and Dragons adventures these days don't really feel like Dungeons and Dragons adventures, they don't feel like dungeon crawling adventures. If you go and you look at what's happening in DCC, those guys are like really setting the tone for what that is really. And they put out so many like so many modules, man.
Oh yeah.
They're yeah. Yeah, and they're like $10 a pop, but they put out like 10 a year or something. But um anyways, but yeah, so um where was that kind of going from? There was a that had
The
an
you were talking about the
intent.
boss monsters.
Yes, boss monsters, thank you. Um so one of the things that DCC does extremely well is it's not like if you fought an owlbear and you see an owlbear as a boss in a dungeon, it's like okay, another owlbear. But
Hmm.
like DCC is really good at doing the like, yeah, it's an owlbear, but it's invisible and there's also lava rising from the floor, and there's suddenly you all are you have shock collars put on.
Okay.
They just do a lot of really interesting gimmicks to a lot of their ideas.
Gotcha.
Um, their boss fights feel more like an interactive puzzle.
Hmm.
It's interesting. I really like the way that DCC writes their stuff. It could be edited down for sure, but I feel like I just hate word bloat in any game.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
but
Same here.
yeah,
Same here.
you could take this like this stat block right here, and instead of trying to make like I think the MCDM approach is to try and make the stat block more interesting rather than making the encounter more interesting.
Right. Yeah.
And I like that you've gone with the like let's pull that back into yeah, this might be like a named vampire lord, but like this is a vampire lord boss that you can do whatever with.
Yeah. I mean, I love Flea Mortals, but like I don't think I've ever ran like a Flea Mortals encounter like correctly. Like there's
Oh,
just too
nobody
many.
has.
There's too many things.
Yeah.
Like as far as like cool ideas and someone with like a bigger brain than me, like maybe they could. But yeah, I've never ran like any legendary monster correctly. Like there's always something. Oh, I forgot to do this.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh man, I missed these hit points over here. Better subtract 20 real quick before anybody notices.
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Shannon, as soon as my punch list is done, which is currently, so this is like the second to last legendary monster. So we're working on legendary monsters right now. I've got to look at the feedback, formatting, artist name. So just a few things. So not much longer if there aren't any additional like changes and things. So right, like so. Okay, so this guy has. I'm just thinking out loud. You can say whatever you want to, Darren. So this guy has like a few things going on. He has this condition which I think I definitely think we want to keep. He's got beguile, and he uses beguile to like to bite people.
Hmm.
But he also summons bats. So he likes it when people are both bloodied, and he likes it when people are beguiled. So I think having like one fewer like choice that needs to be made for the GM would make things easier. So like what is the opening move? It can't be this. Uh, because there's no creature beguiled. So it can't be this.
Uh, I hate to throw a book in here to tell
Yeah.
you to buy, but do you have The Monsters Know What They're Doing by Keith Amon?
Yeah. I've got that one.
Yeah. So I like what Keith does in setting up sort of a what is it like a strategy to running monsters. I guess with 5e in particular, the idea is that all monsters in 5e are just going to do the thing that gives them advantage. Like
Yeah.
if you kind of follow that guideline, it's kind of crazy how much of an AI gets set up for 5e.
Right.
Uh, so like if I'm kind of looking at this and I'm like, okay, so what is the thing that this guy does to set up his advantage for the thing that he really wants to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he'll beguile a creature. Um, fly 8. I'm assuming that's flies 8 spaces,
Yep.
beguile a creature. Yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Swap places with the bat minion. A lot of the things I'm seeing in here are positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got swap places with a bat minion and then deal that damage. Um, is Ebon Fing, however they pronounce that. Um, that's a sword.
Ebon Fang. Yeah.
Ebon Fing.
Yeah.
Okay, there
This
we go.
black. Yeah, black sword.
So, what in that indicates that that's a melee attack? Like, what's the range on that?
So basically, there are like assumed if something isn't specified, it's assumed to have X, Y, and Z. So
Okay,
so where is it? Default monster stats. Unless otherwise noted, monsters are medium sized, unarmored. They have a speed of 6. They can move 6 spaces.
okay,
Um, and like attacks are have a reach of 1. So like if it's not specified,
cool,
it's a melee attack.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's what I was kind of doing something similar,
Yeah.
but it was on saves in Vagabond.
Okay.
Uh, so okay, now that I understand that, beckon and bite. Okay, beguile one creature. So beguile is what's the distance on that?
It's basically like so like don't worry about these things down here for right now. There isn't a distance on it right now. Like maybe a distance needs to be added. It's basically a creature you can see. It's like one of the heroes. Like if I need to specify it, I
Yeah.
will. But um,
I guess I was more so trying to figure out like if he's going to use this at range and then move in. That's kind of like the strategy I tend to think with vampires.
mhm.
Like charm someone, go in for the bite.
Right. So so this is sort of the opposite.
Okay.
So like if anybody like deals him radiant damage, like he can beguile as a reaction, right? And they'll roll a disadvantage. Um, or like he can like if it's like some like he can like fly up to some guy and beguile like while he's right next to them, and they'll have to roll the save with disadvantage. Um, it's like that kind of thing. But is that an interesting choice? I don't know. I don't know. Um, I do. Hmm.
Yeah, I personally for me, I've just never been a big fan of vampires as D&D villains.
Mhm.
Um and not for combat. I think like vampires really shine whenever it's like I mean in the case of like Ravenloft, it's like the subterfuge and paranoia that they sow. I think that's really cool.
Mhm.
But even in like even whenever it comes to something like Castlevania, like
Mhm.
I think in Castlevania the most like kind of out there thing that like Dracula did was throw a giant ball of fire at you. Like he can like summon hellfire. Um
Mhm.
which cool. But I don't know that I would be able to tell somebody in a combat what the cinema of fighting like a vampire is like.
Like the fantasy of fighting vampires like pretty clear to me. Like I've like read Dracula and like the old school vampire things. Like that kind of stuff is cool. So like they are like incredibly strong and fast. But like he's not wearing armor. Like he's wearing like a blouse. You know. So like he can't take a
Mhm.
lot of damage. So like he mitigates damage by like being very fast. Like they're incredibly fast. Um, and like they're like incredibly charming and fast, and this kind of thing. Like they can summon like wolves or bats and that sort of thing. So I
Mhm.
feel like the fantasy, the flavor is there. He does stuff with a bloodied condition, and he summons bats, and he can like charm people in different ways. So like that is the flavor. I just have to sort of arrange those ingredients in a way that like flows. So I think we have all the ingredients we need. They just need to be like arranged in a like I gotta put it in the taco. Like I got the meat and the
Right.
cheese, and like I've got all the things. I just have to assemble it so all the ingredients don't fall out the backside. So it's not far off. Um, I need to I need it to be a clear like you put the taco shell and then you put the meat and you put the like you have to make the encounter a little bit easier to build or
Yeah.
run. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
we're
yeah.
definitely not far off.
Cuz yeah, I think if you're I mean so yeah, that's kind of the way I see it is like this guy's um I guess his strategy is debuff attack.
Yep.
Like that's yeah, so the
Yep.
idea of generate the advantage through the debuff and then do the attack, or like if the debuff does not work, do the because Evan Fang isn't doing the thing that it really wants to do, and that's like converting vampires.
Hmm.
Um, so since that's not the case, and that's not really his intent, I would probably try to move it to where like Beguile is the priority, or well, Beckon and Bite is the priority. But if he doesn't have anybody beguiled, he's going to try to beguile somebody. If beguile doesn't work or whatever, even Fang or
Hmm.
Evan Fang,
Yeah, ebon is
whatever
like
sounds
ebony,
cooler.
like ebony, like
Evan.
black.
Okay, okay. Sorry, Oklahoma here. Yeah. Um,
We don't have that many colors here in the middle of the country.
yeah, well, so yeah,
Okay,
I think
so
you're yeah.
yeah, so what if it's like if no one is beguile. If and it wouldn't be like this exactly, but if a hero is beguiled, if a hero is beguiled, then do that. And then like so what use is this?
Um, them and beguile in the beguile. Okay. Yeah, I'm so I would say yeah, if no one's beguiled, it's going to use that at the top. Yeah. I mean, that feels like that gets across what it's doing in combat.
Yeah.
Like that's the order of operations. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No one is. No. This is just very much rough draft. Osmet. You and Hickman. I don't know what that is, Ross, but Beguile and Bite. One bloody creature uses a reaction to move toward you. Yeah, maybe. Big chunky stat blocks cause DMs to have decision paralysis. Yeah, exactly. About what to do with the enemy, unless it's a big bat like a dragon. Even especially with dragons, it needs something that's fast. Yeah. So that's what we're talking about. So okay, so
I actually have my dogs are trying to get outside.
okay, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but I will leave you with that, man.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, totally, dude. Good luck on all this, and I will catch up with you soon.
Later, man.
Later.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to think of like different, like clear situations where I, as a GM, would use this over that. Right. Of the design work you have done for the boards. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. So more than anything, he wants to charm people so he can bite people. There we go. With disadvantage of adjacent, I don't know if I like that. Okay, so let's get rid of that. So here are our to take a line from Mike Shea. What are the truths of this setting or this encounter? He's wearing a blouse. He doesn't want to be next. He's like a skirmisher. He's a controller skirmisher. He doesn't want to be next. He's not a brawler like a dragon. He doesn't want to be next to the heroes unless he's biting them. Okay, so he only wants to be next to these heroes if he's biting them. Okay, so Ebonfang he would use if his turn starts and he's already next to a hero. If his turn starts and he's already next to a hero, he's going to attack them with Ebonfang, and then he's going to fly. Okay, so this is his getaway. This is his getaway. Get away attack. Okay, so this is getaway attack. All right, so that makes sense. Get away, AWAY. So this is his getaway attack, and this text isn't staying. Obviously, I'm just trying to think through. This is his getaway attack. This is his setup attack. This is his setup attack. And then this is his payoff attack. Payoff attack. Okay. This is payoff, getaway, setup. Okay, so now we have three clear, like 3 legs to this stool, right? 4 legs is too many. 3 is how many we want. All right, let's don't worry about what happens if he's bloody just yet. Okay, so this is his. These are the 3 legs of his thing. Ebon Fang, deal 1d10 plus 15 damage on hit. Target is considered bloodied until healed. Cool. Then he's gonna fly. Yeah, let's go and give him fly 8 again because he's fast. Tracy Hickman made up Ravenloft in response to being fed up with random vampires showing up. X floor. Oh, okay, because that was a level where undead were represented by vampires. Okay, cool. Tracy Hickman. I mean, like I've heard the name before. Like obviously I know like he's you know, famous dude, but this of course is not a random vampire. Okay, yeah. This is the Crimson Count. This is the vampire. Okay, so setup attack. So I feel like beguile 1 creature. Okay. If no creature is beguiled, force a creature to make a DC 18 will save, or become beguiled, or be beguiled. How would we say that and not sound dumb? Minions are just simple enemies defined by the associated die. Yeah. Would it be appropriate to include the bat minion stat here? Yeah, it's just a D10 minion. So that's all that is. And it is right here. This is the stat block for that D10. And I'm still cooking on how to introduce bats and things in here, but we'll get there. Beguile. If no creature is beguiled, fly 8. Okay, so this one we don't need to fly for this one. We don't need to fly. So Ebon Fang is his movement one, so we don't need to fly for this. If no creature is beguiled, force creature to make a get beguiled. It's bat that does D10. Yeah. So if I have a bat minion, he's attacking. He deals 4 damage. He's attacking again. He deals 6 damage. He's attacking again. He deals 7 damage. So that's all a bat minion is. If so and so comes and smacks the bat minion, it dies. There's no hit points. There's no fanciness. Nothing to track. It's just a thing that you can ignore to your own peril. Easy to kill, easy to defend against, but that's it. Maybe you could use a move like Hunter's Decoy that leaves behind bat minions. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so it's going to be something like that. So I think we have something like that already, but right now I'm trying to set up like the main play cycle of how this guy is going to act. If no creature is beguiled, force a creature, a target makes a DC 18 will save or is beguiled. There we go. Okay, so this. Okay, so okay, so spending a whole turn doing nothing means that whatever the payoff is needs to be extremely good as 2 attacks. So maybe we should add like a on save, like something happens, right? So you get on save, like summon a bat minion or something like that. So on save, something else good happens. Okay, so the payoff, beckon and bite. One beguiled creature spins a beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. Okay, so I want to clarify this if they are adjacent, nonsense. So I don't want it to be like, I don't want it to be fiddly. I want it to be like beguiled creature moves towards you and you bite them. Yeah, so this guy is basically acting sort of like a hunter. So he's like marking a creature, he's doing things, he's getting in, getting out, that kind of thing. A beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. Um, deal 1 wound. And 40 damage. Ignoring armor. There we go. And then the idea is that like when you bite someone, you get juiced up a little bit. So that is sort of the idea. So that is the idea. Your next Evan Fang attack uses a D20 instead. I don't know that we need that. I think that sort of unnecessarily complicates it. A beguiled creature spins a reaction moving toward you. You teleport behind them and bite them. So that will sort of fix the situation where, like we've got, all right, here's the bad guy, and like old gnome. Here, we'll do it this way so you can see it. So old gnome, he can only move this far, and then like, oh well, that's all I can do. So like, no, he'll move as far as he can, and just poof, poof, that kind of thing, and then like, that. So something like that. It's worded a little bit awkwardly. Beckon and bite. Beguiled creature spins a reaction at moving toward you. Okay, so what if it was this? On save target is dazed? Yeah, maybe. Because he does need means to sort of cancel some damage. Okay, so say this is Alaric, our vampire boy. So what if it was, instead of like, they spend a reaction moving toward you, what if it's they spend as many actions as necessary to move toward you? I don't want someone to be like way out here and, oh, I have to spend 3 actions and they bite me, he bites me, and I don't get a turn. I don't like that. I don't like that. Save target is dazed. Yeah, maybe. Teleport to them and bite them. Seems like restrain could be involved in a vampire bite. It's not really restrain. It's sort of like they're like charmed by him. So they allow him. It's not that they can't. They just don't. It's not that they're like, oh, I can't stop it. It's they won't. No. Okay, so let's delete this text. Okay, so we've removed the attack, like the biting, juicing him up. So a beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. All I'm set. Hey, no worries. No worries. Appreciate your hanging out. Okay, so how could we fix? So I want them to just like so maybe they don't spend a reaction moving toward you. I don't want it to be super wordy. I could fix it in a way that makes sense and works, but it's just like really wordy. I just don't want it to be super duper wordy. I feel like because they are beguiled or charmed, like you're beckoning them to you. I'm in close following development. I'm willing to answer questions you have. Just know it's possible. Yeah, no worries, Absol. Like this feels like they're being beckoned. That's cool. And like it costing them a reaction, like costing them an action, like that's cool. Like it saves him a little bit of damage. It's like a minor debuff. Let me think. And is just dealing like a predictable 40 damage? Is that interesting, or is it more interesting to say like a 1d20 plus 30? Like that feels scarier. Let's go to 1d20 plus 30. Yeah, so that's gonna be 40 damage on average. 41 damage. I think we need to swap it though. Deal 1d20 plus 30 damage and 1 wound. Okay, so what if we, I'm not sure, 2d12, it adds unpredictably of not knowing. Yeah, that's cool. 2d12. If you're the mean type of DM at least. Not sure how much you wanted the bats, but the bats could be the stun device, leaving hero open to bite. So bat minions could be summoned and attack heroes. I don't know that it makes sense that a bat minion would stun a hero, but it does make sense that like if you're beguiled or charmed, that you would. So let's grab. So we can like copy this. So legendary monster ability B. In beguiled, we could just say if you're beguiled, you cannot defend. Cannot defend or allow. That's kind of cool. You cannot defend or allow anyone to interpose for you. Like, no, like, he's my boyfriend, Mom. You don't know him. He's like, yeah, you're charmed, right? That kind of thing. Ebon Fang is indeed the sword being shown in the illustration, yes. Okay, so we can just like add the definition here to make the thing a little bit more clear. On save, yeah, we're not sure yet what's going to happen on save, but I think something does need to happen. Beguiled cannot defend or allow anyone to interpose for you. That's kind of cool. Okay. So we have taken away a few things that he can do, so we have some space. We have some space to work with now. Beckon and Bite, a beguiled creature spends a reaction moving toward you. Okay, let's just do this. You move. Yeah, we'll just do that. You move a beguiled creature. You move a beguiled creature adjacent to you and bite them. 1d20 plus 30 damage and 1 wound. Easy. Okay. So that is like the setup and payoff big attack. All right, Ebon Fang now. Okay, so what if it was after each of his turn, summon one bat minion, then choose one? I like that. On save new bat minion summoned, that doesn't make sense. Like it's a cool mechanic, but it doesn't make sense. Isn't that a nerf though, or does the hero still spin it? The hero wouldn't spin it, so like we can do that some other way, right? So we can do that kind of thing some other way. So like we could just say beguiled, dazed, cannot defend or allow anyone to interpose for you. Damage ends. It's like we move it from one thing and put it somewhere else. Like I'm not worried about the balance. I want it to be cool and make sense and be easy to run. Those are my goals. Making it hard enough is the easy part. Okay. After each hero's turn, summon one bat minion, D10, then choose one. Okay, so let's take down the width of this a smidge. Because I want to not hide the art as much as possible. There we go. I do have some other cool art here from Noah Bradley. He's gonna be a cool little spicy dude. But not for this book. Not for this book. That's a lot of bat minions after just one round or two. Yeah, they're like any damage kills them though. Yeah, any damage kills them. So like he's dealing no damage with his ability. He's dealing one hero damage with his ability. So like he doesn't really have any AOE type of thing. Does a Drider Spider still summon babies? Yeah, we changed her up a bit. So now she can, after each hero's turn, choose one, impale, hatch brood, or so she can like summon minions, or she can command her minions. So we tweaked her just a bit. Yeah, any kind of AoE in those minions are meaningless. Yeah, so by level 16, heroes have plenty of ways to deal with minions. But basically, they're like eating up their action economy. Like they're letting heroes do cool things rather than just focus fire on this one guy. Okay. Beckon and bite. You move a beguiled creature adjacent to you and bite them. Love that. That's easy. 1d20 plus 30 damage and 1 wound. Like that. Ebon Fang. The Fang deal 1d10 plus 15 damage on hit. Target is considered bloodied until healed. I do like the bloodied, doing stuff with bloodied condition. The person may be something that isn't a party for big attacks, but can't reasonably be ignored for large. Yeah, yep. That'll help with speed. We were feeling a slog with the growing swarm. Yeah, yeah. That one has definitely been tweaked a bit. Looks like I have to step away again. Right. Okay, so I think I'm roughly okay with the attacks and things. Bloodied misform, no longer vulnerable to radiant. Cool. Once per round, bat decoy. Whenever you would take damage, instead swap places with. Okay, so like by the time he's bloodied, they need to deal with the bad boys. Okay. Last stand. His bats roll d20s when they attack. Okay. Okay, so what if this was 1d10, 1d10 plus 30, and then 1d10 plus 15. Okay, so like this one like deals double damage. This one deals that. These guys are 10, and then when he's at his last stand, everything deals d20s. That's cool. That's cool. So his damage is probably so we should probably change this. Okay, so something that like is really important is like not to have like 5 or 6 different like die sizes in one thing, right? So we don't want that happening. So this was a D12, this was D20, this was D10. So changing them all to D10s and then all to D20s makes sense. Okay, until then, his bats. His Sanguine Cloak, attacks, and bats roll d20s. D10s. Okay, that's a cool little upgrade. That's a cool little upgrade. Okay. Let's change the font size to 9. 9.5. On save. Okay, so we're not doing anything with the bloodied condition any longer. We're not doing anything with the bloodied condition, which might be fine. So it needs to be something I don't have to remember or track. Move beguile creature adjacent. Okay, so beguiling, beckoning bite. Okay, and this is what we use to get away. Okay, so maybe not considered bloodied until they're healed. Maybe something else. So what could that do on hit? All right, so let's check out the old spreadsheet. He's level 16, 320, no armor. Okay, so his life is super duper low, but he's subtracting 5 from every attack. There's gonna be like 15 rounds. 15 times 5. What's 15 times 5? 75. Okay, so he's got like 400. He's got like 400 life. Okay. Change you to Alaric. Where? Yeah. Under Beck and Bite. It's fine. So like all of the stat blocks are sort of written from the perspective like this is the character I'm playing, so it's okay. So move a beguiled creature adjacent to you and bite them. So it's that is a terminology that we're using. But yes, we don't need to say you move. You could just say move. Okay, so a vampire has a sweet rad sword. What does it do? What does it do? On hit. Maybe it's the sword itself that allows him to get away. On hit, he can teleport away. He could swap places with a bat. I think we need to look up some inspiration. We need to look up some inspiration. All right, so let's go to here. How's that? Yeah. Have some damage. Yeah, maybe. Possibly. Let's open up this. One of my favorite things, if you guys have never seen it. Where is it? Sorry, guys. I'm looking for a book. There it is. Level up. The Monstrous Menagerie. The level up Advanced 5e monster book is very, very good. Vampires. Let's see if there's any cool ideas here. You need some inspiration. Vampire, languages, blah, blah, blah. Legendary resistance. Visibility grows older. So this is cool. Like, it doesn't do anything, but it's cool when it does so. So when it uses a laser resistance, it visibly grows older. Misty recovery. When it drops to 0 hit points instead of falling conscious, it turns into a mist. Okay, I don't care about that. Regeneration. I don't like that mechanic. That's just like extra bookkeeping. Spider climb, that's fine. Our vampire can fly, so I don't care about that. Grab. Vampire weakness. Okay, so I don't care about all of that. Target is grappled. Charm. Okay, charm. Vampire magically targets a creature within 30 feet before it's going to make a DC 16 whiz save. Has one strive. I don't know what strive is. Failure. Target is charmed. While charmed, it regards the vampire as a trusted friend and is a willing target for the vampire's bite. Target repeats the saving throw each time it takes damage, ending the effect on itself. I feel like if something bites me, like, I'm not charmed by it anymore. On hit, can't use attack of opportunity. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, has an magical healing received by the target. Yeah, that's cool too. Like, it can't. Yeah, like I might just say like can't be healed this round. But that's something that like needs to be tracked. Which may not be bad. Or like the next healing that target receives, the vampire receives it instead. Like that. That's pretty tricksy. Gotta be careful about death spiral stuff. So okay, bite. Blah blah blah. Grappled, incapacitated, restrained, willing. Okay, etc. Piercing damage. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Hissing Scuttle. Ooh, that's cool. The vampire takes radiant damage. It moves up to its speed without provoking RPG attacks. Warding Charm. When a creature the vampire can see targets it with melee attack, but before the attack is made, the vampire uses Charm on that creature. What? Is Charm? Okay. Legendary actions, Charm. Ooh, Elder Vampire. Blood Frenzy, when bloodied, can take 3 instead of 1. It's crazy. Later recovery, the vampire ends 1 negative effect on itself. That's fine. Create spawn, bite, burning blood. The vampire targets a creature within 60 feet, magically causing its blood to boil in its veins. The target makes a DC con save, takes a bunch of damage. Yeah. So I feel like I like the idea that the sword is what lets it teleport / swap place with a bat shadow step, because that would be really cool magic item for the players. Yeah, that is cool. That's true. I do like having cool items. They shouldn't just be bat minions. They should be blood bat minion. What if it's just on hit, summon a blood bat minion? Like you slice them, and then like the blood like turns into a bat. That's pretty sweet. What weakness is Alaric trying to cover for by equipping this weapon? That is the ability it should have. So it's not so much a weakness. It's just like if you get too like he's wearing a blouse. Okay, so like he's not wearing armor. He's really fast. Hey, Brandon. So he's wearing a blouse. He's fast, but he's not armored, right? So like he uses he's going to slice, summon a bat, and then like teleport away. Oh, hey, Mom. Is she watching? Should I wave to her? Hello. Hello. Let me actually check something real quick. Got my phone up here as an extra camera. Okay. There we go. Brandon, we're chatting about vampires. What vampires should do. I like summon bat summon for Eben. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So let's instead of like giving the GM like another choice that needs to be made, let's just say swap places with a bat. That's cool. So we don't have to worry about opportunity attacks, whatever. You're not moving, you're swapping places. After each hero's turn, summon one Bloodbat minion, D10, within 8 spaces. Okay, just so we know sort of what's going on. Okay, yeah, it's kind of cool. No longer vulnerable radiant, once per round, bat decoy. Yeah, so he's gonna be moving around a lot. Until then, is same with cloak. Okay, so I want to check and see if he's dealing enough damage because I suspect that he's probably not dealing enough damage any longer. Okay, so he should be dealing like 23 damage on a small attack, 46 on a big attack. So 1d10, so that's going to be 35 damage. So that's probably not enough. So this should probably be 2d10. That'll be 40 damage. That'll be like 41 damage. Okay, so that's enough. And then this, so he's summoning a bat and doing this. Okay. Then here he's summoning a bat on save. Maybe we can like deal 1d10 damage. So maybe it's like no creatures beguiled. On save deal damage. So he's summoned a D10 minion and then dealing D10 damage. So he's dealing 10 damage. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then Ebon Fang deal 1d10 plus 15. That's going to be 20 damage. So then he summons another dude for 10. Okay, yeah. And then the bats act at the end of the round because they're normal creatures. Okay, so would I ever do a Beguile and Beckon and Bite, or is it best to just Ebon Fang all the time because you're summoning a bunch of minions? Okay, so Beckon and Bite deals twice as much damage as Ebon Fang. Summons one bat and deals 1 wound, and it ends the dazed. So Beguile dazes and summons a bat. Okay, I got it. On hit, your save DC saves you calls are made with disadvantage. Maybe something like that. Like you get juiced up that way. So it should be save DC is 18. Okay, so it is 18 with. So because I think we're summoning enough bats. Brandon, What do you think, man? If you want to hop in, chat, you're welcome to. Fly 8. Something like that might be cool. You want to hop in? You want to hop in Discord chat, Brandon? I'm in the thingy thing. You're welcome to join if you want. Okay. On hit, saves you calls are made with disadvantage. Let's fix this. The next guile. Like how would I phrase that? Your next beguile is rolled with disadvantage, something like that. Disadvantage. It's a word I know how to spell, but I just always type incorrectly. Okay, on hit, your next beguile save is rolled with disadvantage. That's cool. Because if you have like a smart guy, I won't be beguiled. You can juice him a little bit. Okay. That's kind of cool. That makes all the abilities sort of work a lot more with each other. Ooh. All right. Let's we're cooking. We're cooking. Bloodied creatures roll with disadvantage. So we don't need the failure state. On save, it does nothing. Fly. Okay, so let's move this up here because we want to Ebon Fang first. On hit, your on hit, your target is considered bloodied for 1 round. There we go. So we're setting it up with Ebon Fang. So Ebon Fang is how he sets up his thing. That's cool. Roll with disadvantage if bloodied. Bloodied creatures roll with disadvantage. Let's bring, but yeah, it also brings back the bloodied synergy. No creatures beguiled. A target makes okay. If no creatures beguiled, beguile a creature. Beguile a target. on a failed DC 18 will save. Bloody creatures roll at disadvantage. With disadvantage if bloodied. There we go. We got there. We got there. I love that. Okay. After each user's turn, summon a Bloodbat minion, D10, within 8 spaces. Then choose one. Deal 1d10 plus 15 damage. On hit, your target is considered bloodied for 1 round. Okay. So what does he do? So he should probably use this. So he's going to fly 8. He's going to zoom in there. And then deal some damage. Chop him. And then he's going to beguile them. Is that what we want? Let's just think about that. Is that what we want? Fly 8 before or after attacking. So I want the flexibility. There we go. Okay, so if there's already a guy next to him, he can hit him and then fly away. If nobody's next to him, he can fly in and then hit him. There we go. That's good. If no creature is beguiled, beguile a target on a failed DC 18 will save, with disadvantage if bloodied. Cool. And then beckon and bite, move a beguiled creature adjacent to you and bite them. 2d10 plus 30 damage and 1 wound. And then mist form, no longer Voldemort Radiant. Once per round, bat decoy. So this should be bat decoy once per round. It should be that. There we go. Yeah, Sanguine Cloak. So like up until when he's bloodied and use bat decoy, the bats are sort of just like, you know, a little bit annoyances. They're dealing 5 damage here or there. They're easy to defend or ignore. But once he's bloodied, all right, now these bat minions are a problem. We need to take care of them because he's summoning more every turn. And then at last stand, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. Gotta get rid of them bats. Okay. All right. I really like that. I really like that. I think we're gonna have to play test him because a lot of his stuff is non-standard. So we're gonna have to really play test him a little bit. This one is probably gonna be the most challenging of all because there's a lot going on. There's definitely a lot going on. Let's pause there and look at what is this? I see. I don't know what this is. Mark is red. Okay, so there's a lot going on there. Let's take a look at the classes. I think someone, I think Ross wanted to take a look at the classes. If someone wants to ping Ross and let him know, hey, we're looking at the classes. We're looking at the classes. Here it is. There he is. Okay, Berserker's smashed. Okay, here it is. Heroes book is missing the title in the cover. That might just be a layers thing. Text, images, placeholder images, cover raw. I'll fix it. I'm gonna redo the art. Moving on to classes now. Fix heroes cover. So I need to redo the art. I think I'm gonna move this guy over a bit. And sort of like just fix some of these like little things. Like, so the art like ended here, you know, so I like, you know, added a little bit of additional thing, but it's like sort of haphazard. Okay. So we'll do that. All books have inconsistent formatting and numbering between credit/license. So I think we fixed all of that. think we fixed all that already. Reorder the contributors list alphabetically. So they're sort of in order of, like in a particular order that I picked. So I'm going to leave that. Berserker's Smash tooltip only uses one of the 2 columns. What? 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 That doesn't sound like me at all. Okay. Guilty. All right, so let's go to span all. There we go. Man, this spacing really seems like very airy compared to some of the others. He's here. Hey, Ross. Good to see you. Ross, was there anything in particular you wanted to take a look at, or you just wanted to like sort of hang out while I was working on it? Because if we swap Whirlwind, got some Berserker feedback in the after action report. Okay, let me take a look. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, Q, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Okay, so yeah, we can swap Rampage and move it over here. That makes it worse. Okay, so we need to swap something with a 4, put it here. Just trying to balance the columns, you guys. Hang tight. That is not correct. Why is it doing that? I could chat if you want. I'll look at it in just a second, Ross. It's hard for me to think when people are talking. So let me pull it up. It's in the Berserker one, I assume. Berserker, eager for battle and swift fury, less broken with new bloodlust. Okay. Bloodlust and insatiable bloodlust have similar names. Could be confusing. Bloodlust. Where's bloodlust? Bloodlust. Insatiable bloodlust? Where is bloodlust? Bloodlust. Okay, there it is. What's a cool name? Like they're sort of like an unstoppable force. Let me think about that. That's a cool one. Unstoppable brutality. Yeah, that fits. Still highly mobile. Thunder steps, perhaps easier to proc than intended. Thunderous steps, after moving at least 4 spaces while raging, deal a strength bludgeoning damage to all adjacent creatures. You may. I think that was something that came up earlier. And it should be a may thing. You don't have to stomp if you don't want to. Yes. Thunder steps after moving 4 spaces. You yep, got that. If one more, I think 4 is fine. Let me think, because I don't want to annoy. I don't want it to be annoying. But it is cool just like running up to a bunch of men and just like just exploding them all. That's pretty sweet. I think that's okay. It should be good. It should be good. Okay, Ross, does that cover it? Smash tooltip. Okay, got that. Leather buckler. Yes. Leather. Find it in all documents. And what is it supposed to be? It's supposed to be, I think, a wooden buckler. Okay, so let's find a leather buckler and everything, and we'll change it to wooden buckler. Find next. Change. Find next. Leather buckler. Change. Find next. Search is complete. All documents. Okay, so there's no more leather bucklers. Can't find match. Let's just see. Find next. Leather, 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 leather. Leather. Okay. There's no more of that. Can get free movement from auto-generating rage every turn with Swift Fury and others to start returns. May not be an issue. Just wanted to let you know. What is your what is his dex? Is his dex 4 then? Because if you're focusing on dex, then that might be cool. But if it's just happening, even if you're not focusing on dex, then that, like, it's not overpowered so much as like annoying if it happens too much. So what is it called? Swift Fury. So if you're whenever you gain 1 or more Fury dice, move up to dex space for free. So if his dex is 4, that should trigger. But if his dex is 2, if he gains 2 Fury dice, he should only move 2 spaces. So is that what you guys are doing? All right, so let's see. Leather Buckler, got that fixed. Hungering Shadows still mentions mana. I doubt that. I don't think so. Okay. Actually, it should. It should mention mana. I think I looked at that, and it should mention mana. We still power pressure, huh? Two from autogen and then rages most turn. Yeah, I mean, you're spending an action to rage. You're spending an action to rage. Yeah, maybe it should be 5. Maybe it should be 5. So I wanted something easily triggerable if you're focusing on dex, or if you just like spend an action to move. Yeah, like mostly what I'm not worried about it being too strong. I'm concerned about it being too too much bookkeeping. Like dealing little bits of damage a lot of times is annoying. After moving at least 1 space. Maybe 5. Like I don't want like someone to be like running away and then coming back necessarily. Maybe it's like 4 spaces. What if it was like 4 spaces in a line. After moving at least 4 spaces in a straight line. If it's that, it might need to be like 3 spaces in a straight line. Let me think about that. I'll think about that, and we'll get back to Hungering Shadows. So how do we want to phrase that? Whenever one of your shadows would crit, the next tiered spell you cast this encounter. Would something like that work? Straight line might be a lateral move. Based on what I saw, a stat spread with a 4 and everything else at -1 fits how you balance a different stat spread. You're back home now. Hey, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon, if you wanna hop in the chat, I think so. If you want to give me your thoughts, I wouldn't mind some feedback on it. Just checking where my wife is, make sure I'm not. Yeah, Brandon, I'm in the Nimble chat in Discord. If you want to hop in and give me your feedback real quick. Heaven, my cheat wanted to give feedback about how'd you get here. He says if it costs 2 actions, you might as well walk there and attack. You would only lose 2 squares of movement. Okay, so let's whenever one of your shadows will crit, the next tiered spell you cast, this counter, does not cost a use of pilfered power. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we got that Vinicius Farius. We fixed that. Appreciate the feedback. We fixed it just now. So welcome. Each one. All right. So let's go to. What was the thing that Bruno just said? My cheat. Let's take a look at the cheat. I mean, if you want to, I don't know, if you want to like take a look at it, it's something that I think we might need a play test. Like the numbers are about right, but like with how he sort of does minions and stuff, it's a bit more different than the others. The changes I think require a play testing of another sesh. My cheat wanted to give feedback. How'd you get here? Okay. Now it's how'd you get here. 2 actions. Teleport up to 4 spaces away to a distracted target and make a melee attack. If you forget, you may teleport again. Yeah, so this is... so there are certain situations where like you won't be able to... So it's not something that you use all of the time. But let's put this back in here and do a little bit of playtesting. So I will show you my thinking, and then you guys can sort of hop on a call when I figure out what my mic is doing. Okay. All right. So let's go to the desk view. All right. So we've got so this is our cheat here, our little frog boy, and he's attacking this bad barbarian. All right. So he's attacking the bad barbarian. And say the barbarian has like, you know, a line of enemies in front of him, like in this hallway, right? All right, there's a hallway. All right, barbarian's in the hallway. You can teleport right next to behind him, right? He's distracted or whatever. He doesn't know if he didn't see you. So like if you are hiding and he doesn't see you, you can teleport behind him. And he's still distracted, right? But if you move out in front of him and like squeeze, so even if there weren't guys here, if he's just here by himself, you can tell you're hidden. So as far as he's concerned, as far as you're concerned, he's distracted, right? So you teleport to him, attack him. You get your vicious opportunist, you attack with advantage because you attack with advantage because you're hidden. You get vicious opportunity, so you crit, and then you can teleport back away, back to a hidden spot. So like that's kind of a cool side thing. Or if it's like a mage who's like hidden behind like an army of dudes, you can teleport past the whole line of guys and then like teleport like further away or like what if you want to. So it is more of a utility thing. Or if this guy, he's behind a wall and he's blasting you guys. He's behind like metal grates and blasting you guys with arrows or whatever. You can teleport behind the thing. You could squeeze. Like, how'd you get in here? You know. So it's more of a that kind of thing than anything else. Like you can use it creatively to do different cool things. So is it something that everybody would ever always use? No, not necessarily. But it is something that you could use really, really well. So you can like teleport in and out, or you can teleport in and then further away, or like in somewhere and then somewhere else, like even harder to get into. Like it is a so yeah, it's not something everybody uses, but when it's useful, it can be really useful. Okay, so I think we got that. People person could be widened in scope. Okay, so influence check, damage pierces armor. It is dice. I wanted to bring this in because he always says he really likes it, but 2 actions is expensive to his taste. Yeah, I mean, honestly, cheats don't really have a whole lot to spend their actions on. And I'd be curious, Bruno, has he tried the twist the blade yet? Change one of your sneak attack dice to whatever you like. So in my testing, in my experience, the cheat sort of has like he'll move. So he has his 3 actions. He'll move for free. He'll attack once, and like deal a ton of damage, and he gets his sneak attack out. And then like he doesn't really have anything he wants to do. Like maybe he'll move away. Maybe he'll like defend on his, like maybe he defended the turn previously, but like the cheat, out of all the classes, he doesn't really have a whole lot he wants to do. Like he can attack again and deal like 3 damage maybe. So the cheat really wants to sort of get in and get out. So like having this ability to like having abilities that spend more actions, I think is a cool thing for the cheat in particular. May not be as useful for other classes. So Stompy's damage comes from dice. Okay, that's cool. Cheat may be a good one to test assess with. Yeah, it's a great way to get advantage if your allies are not assisting you. I think it gives advantage, right? Is that what we ended up deciding? Yeah, roll your next attack this turn with advantage. Ooh, there you go. So yeah, it's a great way to give yourself advantage. And that does feel like a very cheaty thing to do. Okay, so let's see. Songweaver. So I did add a little bit of. Oh, I thought I added. Maybe it didn't. Uh-oh, conflicted. I did add something here already.
All right, I think my mic's working.
Hey, whoa, scared me.
Hey,
man. All right, you gonna check out Vampire?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay. Okay, so here he is. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So 320 hit points is below rate. So a level 16 solo monster should have like, probably like 500 hit points or so. So it's below rate. But he rolls all of his saves with advantage too. So once per turn, so like once per hero, he can reduce the damage he takes by 1d10 and deal that much damage back. With his Sanguine Cloak. He is vulnerable to radiant damage, but after taking radiant damage, he can use Beguile and they roll with a disadvantage. So he can like give anybody who uses radiant damage against him, he can give him a stern look and spook him. So his actions, after each of his turn, he summons one Bloodbat minion within 8 spaces, and then he can choose one of these 3. There's Ebon Fang, his sword, 1d10 plus 15. And your target is considered bloodied for 1 round, and he can fly 8 spaces before or after attacking. And then there's Beguile. So if no creature is beguiled, beguile a target on a failed DC 18 will save, and it's with disadvantage if bloodied. Okay. So Ebon Fang applies the bloody condition. Beguile takes advantage of that. And then what it is, they are dazed, can't defend, or allow anyone to interpose for you, but damage ends it.
Okay.
So they're basically like charmed.
Yeah.
And then
That's
there's
cool.
Beckon and Bite. Move a beguiled creature adjacent to you and bite them. 2d10 plus 30 damage and 1 wound. So what do you think about that? Just as like a baseline, like here's 3 attacks. They sort of build on themselves. Cool little condition. We streamlined it down from like 4 things to 3 things.
Yeah, I like how I like the synergy with them. He's supposed. I mean, he's a vampire lord, so he needs to be dangerous, and he definitely seems dangerous.
Yeah. So like he doesn't really have much defense. He's
Yeah.
basically like all offense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
That seems cool.
okay. But like how like are the bloodbats not enough bloodbats? Should it be 2 per like, because by the time you're level 16, like heroes have a lot of ways to interact with minions. So is
It's
1
true.
enough? Is 2 enough? So I want to test that.
Yeah, because if it's so that if they're minions, so they're just gonna die
Yep.
with any
Any
type of
damage.
damage.
Yeah, any damage
So
will take them out.
yeah, if it was like, well, within 8 spaces, I could see that like as okay, because if they're far away, but then if there's mages, they
Yeah.
could handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to see. I'd have to see it run really to
Yeah.
to
You'll
know
have
if
to
it's
run him.
good or bad. As well.
Okay. Well, once bloodied, he gains mist form, so he's no longer vulnerable to radiant damage. And then also, bat decoy. Whenever he would take damage, instead he can swap places with a bat minion. So instead, first. So I should probably clarify. First, swap places with. So he can like decoy with a bat. And that's once per round. And then last stand, he gets 160 more damage left. Until then, his Sanguine Cloak, his attacks, and bats all roll d20s instead of d10s. So it's 2d20 plus 30, 1d20 plus 15, and each minion is a d20 minion.
Oh wow! I do like
That's
that.
pretty spicy. That's pretty spicy.
Yeah, that is.
Because like his damage output here is kind of below rate for most of it. Like Beguile deals no damage at all. This deals an appropriate amount of damage, so 40 damage, but it takes a turn to set up. And then Ebon Fang deals like slightly below rate damage. So like everything so far is like below rate. He does have Sanguine Cloak that's dealing 5 damage, on average. Yeah, this is one that I think we need to play test.
Yeah,
probably.
It's like if his damage is like kind of below, I feel like the bats, having more bats would up that a little bit.
Okay.
And make it maybe 2 to start off with.
Yeah. I think we'll be able to tell like within like 1 or 2 rounds of combat, like, oh, this is way too easy, or like, oh, like no, 5 bats per round is plenty.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Are you and Ty busy tonight? Maybe we can do some playtesting.
So we have a dinner going to at Andrea's, but I think
cool.
After that we might be free. So if you're still, if depending on how tired you are.
Okay. Yeah.
Me and Ty could be staying up late. So.
All right. Okay. Cool, man.
All right. Cool.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. I will see you either tonight or we'll figure out when.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right.
Cool.
All right, let me grab this. See if my wife is home yet. All right, I could keep streaming. It's 5 o'clock here, but my wife isn't home yet, so we'll keep working for a little bit. So people person, I did update that. I don't know why it's not here. It looks like I have 2 different versions, so I will copy and paste it here, and we'll hopefully get everything fixed. So make a DC 10 influence check. So when you roll an influence check, you are indeed rolling. Can you perform all of his actions in Mistform? Yeah, it's just all Mistform does is he's not vulnerable to radiant damage any longer. So his weakness goes away. What changed the people person? So nothing changed the people person. I just added guidelines for making your own dudes. Like if you want to do this or that, feel free. I just added some stuff here. So as for Stompy, if you make a DC 10 influence check, you roll a d20 and you add your influence. So that damage does ignore monster armor. At least the dice do. Yep. I don't know that I need to clarify that. I don't think I need to clarify that. I'm gonna go ahead and hang up in the Discord. Disconnected it. There you go. I don't like people sneaking up on me. Stormshifter Zephyr starting inventory. Traveler's Road Sandals occupy 2 inventory slots. Yes, okay, sure. It's fine. That's fine. Speed of movement should be separated just like 5e. Right now, at least, has some awkward rules over in situations. Example, move 3 spaces, go prone, can still move 3 more spaces. Oh, yeah. Was the Hunter Beastmaster playtested thoroughly after the changes in the base class? Are they getting to keep the same? No, I don't know. I haven't playtested it personally, so that's one that's on the list. But so far, I think people have playtested that one though. The numbers are about right. I did make some tweaks to it though. What were we looking at? Speed and movement. Speed and movement. Move. Character can move up to their speed 6 spaces, unless otherwise noted. Move 3 spaces, go prone, can still move 3 more spaces. Okay, so let's take a look at prone. Prone, speed is halved. So if you have 6 movement, you can move 3, you have 3 left. And if you go prone, you have to spend 3 spaces of movement to stand up. So you could stand back up, but you can't keep moving. Playtest Oathbreaker, yeah, we need to playtest a few more things. Everything is in like pretty close. Any tweaks are going to be like pretty minor. Sorry that I'm sidetracking you with a lot of questions. No, it's okay. That's okay, Bruno. Yeah, feel free, man. So I don't see prone and difficult range should give disadvantages as. So I believe it does. Prone speed is halved. I guess I'm not understanding what I don't understand. You will not understand. Prone, difficult range, give disadvantage to movement. So you move up to 6 spaces speed. So you do 3 spaces of movement. Speed is movement. It's like the same thing. I don't know why it's. Yeah. If you go prone, you get disadvantage. Yeah. Yeah. The other things happen. Yeah. Disadvantage on attacks. Melee attacks against you have advantage. Ranged attacks have disadvantage. Oh, disadvantage only on melee? No, it's just disadvantage on attacks. Like, if you're trying to shoot a bow while you're laying down, it's hard. Right? It's hard to shoot a bow while you're laying down. Like if there were guns and things, then that'd be different. But so I don't understand this. I don't know that I want to sort through a long discussion. So in the prone condition, it says the speed is halved and then it costs 3 movement to stand up. Wouldn't that imply that if you're prone, take the move action? Michael the Battle Bard, hey, caught me. Are speed and movement different? No, it's the same thing. Yeah, there's no speed and movement. It's just like you. If you move your speed. Like it's the same thing. If your speed is 6, you can move 6 spaces. It's easier to say, like, move is the action, speed is how fast you can go, right? On your back, you can shoot, yeah, like shoot up, but like no, like you have to like pull the bow back, and like you can't pull back as far. And prone acts like you're in difficult terrain. Speed is halved. Absol. Okay, so let me. If you have 3 speed to move because you're hampered. Yes. So okay. So let's go back. Where is it? It's right here. Okay. So prone speed. Your speed is halved. So if you normally have 6, if you take the move action, you can move 6 spaces. If you're prone, if you take the move action, you can move 3 spaces. Okay. If you want to stand up, and your movement is normally 6, you can spin. So you're not actually moving. You're just spinning 3 of your movement, to stand up. You're not actually moving. So you don't have to spin. If your movement is usually 6 and you're prone, your speed is now 3. So if you take the move action, you can move 3, or you can stand up and then move 3 if you haven't moved yet, like with that action. So it's. I guess I barrel roll on the ground for 3 spaces. Yeah. So if your speed is normally 6 and you're prone, I'm going to spin an action to move. All right, you can move 3 spaces. Yeah. So standing up isn't movement. You're still in the same place. But you can. So if you have 10 movement, if you're like a Zephyr, you have 10 movement. You can, if you stand, if you have to take the move action, so you stand up, you'll spend 3 of them, so you'll have 7 movement left. In that you're standing, you can run around, right? Or you can crawl 5 spaces really fast, or like roll on you barrel roll quickly, right? So spend 3 spaces worth of your movement to stand up. So a Zephyr can like do the cool like flippity kick thing to stand back on his feet, but like a slower character is gonna have to like and like a dwarf might only have 2 movement left by the time he stands up, and a Zephyr is going to just be able to like do a like that kind of thing. That's the intent. If something with that in mind, if something needs to be clarified, let me know. But I don't understand. I don't understand what the. Wouldn't that imply? I don't understand what the question is. Wouldn't that imply if you're prone, you take the move action? No. Standing up isn't movement, so you're not double penalized for it. So, okay. I hope that helps. I hope that answers the question. Restrained should be in conditions. Grappled / restrained. There you go. Okay, maybe you have to put stand for free. I don't understand, Brandon. I don't understand. Should size, example, use creatures instead of objects? Huge T-Rex instead of small house. I don't know. Because like objects can be huge. Small should be clarified. Monsters and players take 1 space each while using a grid, but this, so if there are 2 goblins, they can both fit in the same space. You stand up for free. I still don't understand, Brandon. Stand up. No, standing up costs 3. Okay, so if you have something that grants you movement, so like the commander. So if the commander, so it doesn't necessarily cost an action, but it typically will. So if you have a commander that says reposition, command 1 ally to move up to half their speed. So if your speed is normally 6, you have 3 speed to move for free. And you're prone, you can stand up. You can spend 3 spaces of movement to stand up. Right? Otherwise, if you don't have something giving you movement for free, then you need to you're gonna have to take one of your actions to move. Okay, so you're gonna move. All right, my speed is 6. It takes me 3 spaces worth of movement. 3 spaces of movement to stand up. So I'm prone. I'm gonna spend 3. I have 3 movement left, and I'm standing. Now I can move 3 spaces. So yeah, if you could, if you watch this later, clarify for me what, like, there's not a difference between speed of movement and like it's like you move your speed. Your speed is how fast you move. You take that. The action you take is move. How far can you move? Your speed. Like it's like one and the same thing. Like you attack with your weapon. It's a weapon attack. I don't understand. So no, 2 goblins could stand in the same place. Respect everyone else's time. Overlaps with the blue background. That's okay. That is definitely okay. I guess I'm confused trying to think how the person who was asking the question, it makes sense to me. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if they clarify. The intro pages don't have numbers. They do. They're just like down. They're just down below, and I'm okay with that. You don't need like you open up the book like you're on the like second page. Like yeah, you're on the second page. I think that's okay. Someone's used old spell names. Oh yes. So that is an important one. Standing up is a component of the move action. I know movement technically implies that, but this covers that base. I don't think it will help clear up any confusion. I think like if I read that would make it more confusing to me. So you guys help me understand what the confusion is. It's like what it used to say. So let me show you what it used to say. It used to say something like spend 3 spaces of your maximum movement to stand up. To show that like if you have 6 movement, your movement drops to 3, and now you spend those 3 and you stand up, you have 0. No, it's not that. You're spending your maximum movement, right? But like if you're laying down and you stand up, you haven't moved yet. It's like of your maximum movement. Does that help? Because that's what I used to say, and I think that confused someone, so I tweaked it. Okay, Wand of Fire Step, Wand of Void Cloak. Oh, yes. Yeah, this wording makes sense to me. I'm just trying to measure from... Okay. All right. So Void Cloak, I believe, was changed. to dread visage. Fly Glacier Strike. I think Glacier Strike is still the same. Glacier Strike is still the same. Fly Ride the Lightning. Ride the Lightning is still the same. Ride the Lightning is still the same. Good. Barrier of Wind, Sacrifice. Okay, so all of those. So just one of those was different, right? That's what I'm trying to do too. I'm confused. um, I think all of these are okay. All right, so there was just that one. Reactions, confusion, page 12. Some class abilities like Songweaver's Inspiration are treated like reactions, so they should be all limited to once per round, right? The reactions are in the so the core rules always sort of delineate the typical thing, but each class has its own exceptions to the thing. So if like another class gives you another reaction, then that's an additional reaction that you can do. A tooltip about class actions. I think that's I don't think that kind of clarification is needed. Like you can always clarify more, but if you add words when they're not needed, then it can confuse other people. Blue spell formatting and consistencies document. Yes, I'm going to go over that. I have that open. I have it open right here. Pay touch. Does double damage from metal weapons happen before or after defending? Yeah, let's go and clarify that. So that is going to be in the core rules. Fey touched. You take half damage from all magical effects, double from weapons made of metal. So we want to make sure we don't double dip. So this guy's Fey touched. He's attacked for 10, and it's a metal weapon. It's doubled. Okay, so before armor is applied. So before armor is applied is the correct thing. Does that make sense? Does that so letting champions not be limited to a number of uses for coordinated strike. Do you mean the commanders? So they all gain like additional uses of it as they level up. And like so, whenever you roll initiative, regain one spent use of coordinated strike. So they all so level 17 plus 1 use of coordinated strike per safe rest. So you gain additional uses. So level 9, level 13. Level 17. So you do gain additional uses apart from your intelligence. But if you do increase your intelligence, then like you're able to like see like new, like you're smart enough to be able to tell like this would be a great time for a coordinated strike. That's sort of the idea. So you can juice your intelligence if you want more use of coordinated strike, but you do gain other uses of it. Vaydesh clarified that. Proposed assess mechanic, anticipate danger. Gain +5 armor the next time you defend before your next turn. Is that good? Let's see. Let's go to anticipate danger. Attacks against you miss on a 2 or less this round. I think the question was, if a hero ability is a reaction, can they use more than one? Let's see. It's specifically about the Songweaver, right? Yes. So Songweaver's inspiration is a reaction, so it's once per round. Yeah. So any reaction is once per round. So that is a reaction. This just is a free reaction. It doesn't cost an action to do. But like you can only inspire so many people at the same time. Your chase clothing misses. Okay. So anticipate danger. Attacks against you miss on a 2 or less this round. I think that's fine. Something else I was thinking. So like I hate for it to be a waste. Like anticipating danger is great against like zombies and things, creatures that roll d4s or maybe even d6s, right? So you're doubling, so you have a 50% chance of being missed. But what if we just changed it to disadvantage? Like disadvantage is like basically guaranteed to do something. Attacks against you have disadvantage this round. That might be too good. But then it does require a skill check. Attacks against you are made with... Okay, so the concern about this was if you're being attacked by like 3 or 4 or 5 different minions, if you're being attacked by a bunch of minions, then like, you know, each one of those, like you have to roll each of the minions separately, which I don't want. Okay, so anticipate danger. You have to make a DC 12 skill check. And this is something that you're doing beforehand. You're doubling the chance to miss. Is that good enough for me to want to use? Next attack has disadvantage. So for that, like just defend, right? For that, just defend. I want it to like be useful in a different situation, like if you're being attacked by a bunch of enemies. What if it was attacks against you miss on a 3 or less this round? That might be too good, but I might want to use it in that case. What do you guys think about? What do you think about that, Brandon? Attacks against you miss on a 2 or less. That's fine. Attacks against you miss on a 3 or less this round. That I think that will like nerf that. That'll probably nerf zombies too much. That'll probably nerf the D4 creatures a bit too much. What if it was just like a little bit extra? RJ has a new post on assess. Okay, well, I'm cooking. We might. Okay. Regarding movement and speed as separate terms as in 5e, there's a clear delineation between the two. I don't understand why why there is a delineation, and nor do I understand why people are wanting them to be two different things here. So once I understand the problem, then I can like obviously like fix it, but until then I can't. What if it's gain key armor and attacks against you miss? So it scales a little bit better. That's pretty good. Forwarded to you. I mean, zombies attack slow, so would it be that you assess they're going to attack you and get a better chance of not getting hit by it? Yeah, disadvantage is good, but like I want it to be like attacks miss you on a 2 or less this round. Like that if you're about to be attacked by like 8 things, I want it to be something that plays easily. So if it's like 8 minions, you roll them all, delete all the 1s and 2s. But I think that's like just a little bit not good enough. Upping it from attacks miss you on 3 or less makes it too good against zombies. Like zombies are basically like I can never get hit by zombies, and like zombie encounters are broken. So gain key armor, and attacks against you miss on a 2 or less this round. So if you're really smart, you can use your brains to anticipate danger. If you're really fast, you can use your dex to anticipate danger to increase your... Okay, yeah, I like that. Like a little bit better. Create an opening, roll your next attack this turn with disadvantage. It does not miss on a 1. That one's great. That one's great already. Ask a question, also great. Can't crit. Can't be crit. What if it was like -1 to all primary dice against you this turn? It's basically the same thing. And is like can't be crit. That might be too good. Subtract 1 from all primary dice. Okay, so let's see what Malefmist is saying. Speed equals how many spaces you get to spend when moving. Movement equals the act and cost of those spaces. Like speed is 6. When you do the move action, you get those spaces to move. As in the example of prone, your speed is 6. Okay, I get 6 units of movement. I'm prone, so speed is halved. I do the move action. I have 3 spaces of movement. Can't crit. No, I get what you're saying. So it's like when you stand up from prone, like you're not moving when you stand up from prone. Okay, so Malefmist, you tell me. Yeah. Let me see. Let me go down to the ancestries real quick. Dwarf -1 speed. Okay, so speed is the term. Okay, so let's go down to here. Okay, so you tell me if this makes more sense, Malefmist. Spend 3 spaces of your maximum speed to stand up. Does that clarify? Does that make it better or worse? So if I'm a dwarf, I've got 5. My speed is 5. Okay, my speed is 5 normally, and I'm prone. Okay, so I've got 3 speed because we round up. We round in favor of the heroes. If I want to stand up, I'm going to spend 3 spaces of my maximum speed to stand up. All right, so that's 3. So if I normally have 5, I've got 2 left. That makes sense, right? Is that clearer, Malefmist? Yeah, if I don't move, I have 0 speed. I don't know. What were we talking about? That's better? Okay. Wow. Your someone remind me what we were talking about. We were just talking about something important. Oh yeah, assess. Gain key armor. So do we want? So the one question I want to have. Thank you, Brennan. One question I have. I don't really like the changing of stats. Like hit points change. Okay, fine. But your maximum hit points don't change. That's annoying. Does standing up use the move action? Yeah, so that so normally yes. Normally you can't you don't like you don't have Yeah, so normally yes, but if you have like some way to move for free, like the cheat, or the commander, like the commander can tell you to reposition. So yeah, so you can stand up for free, and you can stand up. You can use your movement to stand up instead of moving. But normally, yes, it costs 3 of spaces. Okay, so let's go back to assess. So I don't like the idea of armor changing frequently. So what if it was reduce all primary dice rolled by 1 this round? Okay, so can't be crit because you're anticipating danger, and attacks miss you on a 2 or less. That's cool. That's cool. And you don't have to fiddle with your armor changing all the time. It sounds right now that using an action isn't one of the costs of getting back up from prone. It's not necessarily. Like you might be able to do it for free. Like the cheat could just stand up for free, because the cheat can move for free, so it doesn't cost them an action. So there are ways to move for free, and if you can move for free, spend 3 of those to get up. Does that make sense, Rimby? We good? Are we cool? Are we cool? Are we good to go? Yeah, anticipate danger, buffed and not fiddly. I do like that. Twin steel, send me something. Gain +5 armor the next time you defend. Yeah, so I don't like the idea of like changing armor a lot. This would have symmetry. I'll create an opportunity. Yeah, create an opening. I think this is a good buff. Yeah, I think you guys are right. It was a tad weak. Yeah, technical writing is hard. Technical writing is very, very difficult. It's not pouring concrete or anything. It takes a lot of thinking, I'll say that. Okay, so we fix that telegraph danger. It doesn't talk about telegraphing danger. Instant water, just add water. I know it should be more added. Okay. Also notice the commander has coordinated strike both at level 1 and his commander's orders. Is that by design? Yeah, so you get that commander's order. I'd rather pour concrete. Hey, some people would. So that is the first commander's order that you get. So if for some reason you wanted to swap that out for a different one when you long rested, or when you safe rest, you could. So it is one of the combat tactics, or whatever. I forgot what I changed it to. It is one of the combat abilities. So maybe we can just. Oh, hang on, my wife is calling. All right. I gotta go. Okay. So I think we can just we could say gain the coordinated strike. Commander's order. Yeah, we could just say that. That's easier. We can italicize this. Regular italic. Okay, so I've got a few more minutes, and then we can. Then I've got to be done. Fiery Boon sucks compared to the others. It is more. Yeah, maybe it's more for like clearing out minions. It's more for clearing out minions. So you can take it twice. What? No, you can't take it twice. Like once you know it, you know it. As far as commander's coordinated strike. So it's just the first one that you learn. So like rather than giving someone a choice between like, you know, one of this many, it's just like just you gain this one. Yeah, so I tweaked it to maybe there's a delay in the thing. Okay. Okay, some boons. Good patient boon. Okay, Cobra Commander. Yeah, so we did tweak that. Green Thumbs Base. Mural Chamber says there's water flowing down the steps from entrance, but it's no longer the first chamber. Ambusher is both used. Okay. Okay, so often the first ability is written out for the player. Yeah, it is right on the next thing. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there, guys. I've been streaming for a while. Almost 5 hours. Okay, so appreciate all the feedback. We're making great progress still. Just sort of small, fiddly little fixes and things, and I'm waiting on final edits for a lot of these. Once all of that is in, then I'm shipping the books. So it's really just tiny little tweaks at this point. I got all of the big things done. The maps took me a long time, but I've got all those finished. A lot of formatting stuff is ironed out. Really just like small editing things. Went through all the legendary monsters. That was a pretty big lift. There's one legendary monster left. I'll take a look at that. Okay, yeah, that's it, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Thanks a lot.